Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll call the meeting to order and ask you to rise for the singing of O Canada.
The true north, strong and free, from far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. Join me in a moment of silent reflection, please. Thank you. Councillor Joyce, I believe you have the adoption of the open session agenda.
Yes, I do, and through you, Mr. Mayor. This adoption of open session agenda is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Warren, that the agenda for the open session of the regular council meeting of Tuesday, December 13th, 2022 be adopted as circulated and with the following amendment. The addition is item 13.1.19, a bylaw to amend bylaw 2018-234, being a bylaw to establish and require payment for fees of information, services, activities, and use of city property in the city of Kawartha Lakes, known as the Consolidated Fees Bylaw.
Thank you. All in favor? And that's passed. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest on anything on the open session agenda today? Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I have to declare a pecuniary interest in item 10.1.16 with regard to women's resources. I work with Women's Resources on its sex trafficking prevention program locally and will recuse myself for the discussion and the vote.
Thank you. Any other? Seeing none. Are there any notices and information by members of council? Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, I'd like to make an announcement that this Sunday is the Pontypool Santa Run for non-perishable food items and toys. Starts at 3 p.m. at the North Subdivision. Also, last weekend, both Janettville and Bethany hosted their Santa runs, and the community was outstanding for generous food and monetary donations. And I think it's important that we recognize all the food banks across the state of Kawartha Lakes at this time. There's a huge surge of need, and it's so nice to see the communities coming together and helping with that need. I'd also like to give a big shout out to Derek Welch in Pontypool. He's one of the residents out of 24 that is actually competing in the Canada-wide cross-country cake-off, and it premieres this week, CTV, Thursday at 9 p.m. And one more quick announcement. The city has received a donation from the Members Volunteer Arena Group of $50,000 to assist the city and support the accessibility projects at the Members Community Center, included and not limited to the washroom project and the future lift. So thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Richardson. And that's great. I agree with about the food banks, and it's a great donation by the people down in Manvers. When we remember 2 or 3 years ago, we had our struggles with that arena, and things have turned around so amazingly. So great group of volunteers down there, and thank them for their donation and their service. We appreciate it very much. Councillor Seaton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. November 10th at Celebrations, the hospice held their memorial service, and I went. I'm not sure really what to say other than Sharon Yo was absolutely remarkable in her presentation. I want to say all the right things. It was one of the most beautiful services I've ever seen. I'll be going every year and offering my musical services next year after what I saw. It was just an incredible community event. So I'd like to thank her and her team for that excellent service. Kawartha Lakes Arts Council on November 29th, also at Celebrations, had a wonderful night. Councillor Joyce and I were both able to see the artisans at their craft and hear Peter Crouch speak about the online possibilities that the Arts Council now has. For those that would like to go on Kawartha Lakes Arts Council, I suggest you do. Some amazing things there. Seussical, that I mentioned was coming up, has now come and gone and was incredible. Congrats to Beth Wilson and her team, and once again the Academy Theatre doing what they do. Amazing community service. Kawartha Concert Band, December 10th at Cambridge Street United was incredible. And Pane Vino and the Armories on Saturday both held artisan pottery, different things festive for sale and so on, and they were excellent events. I saw a lot of people there in the community as well. So those things are really happening in Ward 5, and it's a lot of fun. And upcoming things, I just want to wish all the schools good luck. I know my wife's been working hard. There's a lot of kids out there getting very excited about the holidays, and good luck to all those schools in Ward 5 on anything they're presenting. Cambridge Street United, Christmas Eve. If you're going to the live nativity service, which many people do every year, don't forget to get there a half hour early. I think they sell out. It's always a full congregation and a wonderful thing to see. I'm not sure if it's full because of all the animals or the incredible percussion playing. And last plug is get a library card if you can. It's a stocking stuffer. It's a wonderful way to introduce families to something that I think most of us were introduced to when we were young. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Have some announcements. Globus Theatre's $2 million capital campaign for our own venue, the Lakeview Arts Barn, more commonly known as Lab. With the $2 million Globus Theatre would be able to purchase the lab in its entirety, with a portion of funds raised going to areas that are in need of repair, such as the roof. The project will transition Globus Theatre from being the theatre in residence of the lab to Globus owning its own venue, a building that has been a social meeting place in this community for over 50 years. So Globus Theatre is an internationally recognized venue, and certainly a great showcase for Kawartha Lakes. Next, farmers and hunters in Kawartha Lakes need your help. Federal Bill C-21 and its amendments is the largest gun ban in the history of our country and any democracy in the Western world. It affects 2.3 million law-abiding gun owners, including many hunters, sport shooters, farmers, and Indigenous peoples, which will cause a disruption in their food supply. The ban directly impacts millions of Canadians who have done nothing wrong. The ban does not impact criminals with illicit firearms committing violence. The ban was not part of the original bill. It was not debated in the House of Commons. Expert witnesses did not get to speak to it, and no consultations were done to measure the impact of its effectiveness. The ban further divides Canadians at a time when polarization is rampant. So please contact your local member of parliament to voice your concerns. There's 338 members of parliament in Canada and 105 senators. I'd like to thank Mayor Elmsley and our communications department, Sherry and Brian, for coming out to Omimi on the 2nd of December. It was great. We did a walkabout of King Street.
and we went to meet many businesses there. It was great. We were recognizing the end of phase 1 of the construction of the downtown Omemee, and basically going around and thanking the businesses for for coming through the first phase of the construction, as well as the pandemic and closures. I'd like to recognize the Omemee firefighters. They had their 1926 Ford fire engine at the Omemee Foodland, and they were collecting for the Omemee Food Bank. And the evening was topped off with the Omemee Christmas tree lighting and Santa inside the Coronation Hall. The place was just packed, Coronation Hall. I'd like to thank all the sponsors for that. And speaking of food banks, I'd also like to recognize the food banks who do an excellent job helping people in the community in need, especially the ones in Omemee, Dunsford, Heron's Landing, Victoria Place. And on December 18th will be Santa Fun Day, a free event at the Dunsford Community Center. And if you're in that area, please come out. That's on December 18th at the Dunsford Community Center. And almost there, on the Omemee New Year's Community Fireworks display will be put on by Supernova Fireworks. It'll be fired from the Omemee Beach at 8 p.m. on New Year's Eve, December 31st, and I'd like to thank the sponsors for that. And finally, the Omemee Legion will be having a New Year's Eve dance, so tickets are available at the Omemee Legion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you. Yeah, 'tis the season. Enjoyed the Santa Claus Parade in Little Britain last weekend with Mayor Elmsley, and personally, it's my first time being in a parade as opposed to watching a parade, and I have to say it was a lot of fun, and handing out candy canes to the kids. The following evening was the Washburn Island Santa Claus Parade, equally fun, again handing out candy canes. This weekend coming up is Woodville on December 17th, starting at 6:30. Santa Claus Parade. Encourage everybody to go out to that parade. Unfortunately, I'm going to end on some sad news. Back to Washburn Island. Paul and Laura Taylor, their house burnt down, and they lost everything. They were not home, and nobody was hurt, but they lost their pets, and all they have was the clothes on their backs. There's a GoFundMe page helping the Taylor family, so I encourage everybody to reach out and help them as best as they can. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. The Lindsay Agriculture Society is going to start their Merry and Bright on Wednesday, and just so some information and education there is that they started that in 2020 due to the COVID, so this will be the third year. So the Merry and Bright each year is a number of displays for businesses and community groups that has increased. This year they have 36 organizations there. So it gives everybody the opportunity to thank the community. The community partners with a benefit directly from the events and provide during the included like United Way, Boys and Girls Club, Kawartha Lakes Food Source, Lindsay Lions Club, Heritage Christian School, and the Lindsay Agriculture Society. And since they've started, they've raised over $50,000 towards those committees. So I'd like to thank the Agriculture Society for putting this on, and if anybody is free, please, you have a week to do this. So it starts tomorrow and it goes till the 23rd. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to say what a great Santa Claus parade the mayor and I participated in, and unfortunately my ride didn't work out, so I got to share a ride with our local representatives, Jamie Schmale and Laurie Scott, and I want to thank them for the ride. It was a lot of fun, and I just want to also thank the Canettes for doing a really fabulous job they do every year, and especially this year after COVID, it was really quite good. And I just want to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. As we meet this afternoon, I want to first and foremost thank all of the city directors and staff for their replies to my questions by email and by phone in preparing for today's meeting and getting to understand the material, making sure that we can all make the best decisions possible. So thanks very much for that. It's acknowledged, and hopefully, as a new councillor, the questions will get less as we go along. I also want to acknowledge November 25th, this past November 25th, was the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. And I want to commend the city for raising a flag to mark that International Day. And, you know, my hope for the elimination of violence against women lies in my daughter Gabriel, my daughter Abigail, my son Gabriel. But I think we can all take hope here locally, especially from the incredible work that Women's Resources does here. I want to make sure that I acknowledge that. Now that it's December, 'tis the season, of course, as Councillor Joyce had mentioned, which I'm realizing as I speak must explain why I decided to wear black today. But in the festive spirit, it was also Santa Day in Fenelon Falls on November 26th. So special thanks to all of the Santa Day committee, the incredible committee that puts on such a great draw from all over every year for Santa Day, the volunteers, and especially the businesses that came together to really make it what it was. It was great to see such a crowd that came out for Santa Day. It was incredible, really. The Maryborough Lodge event at the Fenelon Public Library saw more than 900 people pass through before 4 o'clock. To give you an idea of how successful and well attended Santa Day was in Fenelon Falls. Tomorrow night at Zeraldo's, the Fenelon and District Chamber of Commerce is hosting a member event. It's sold out, but the good news is it shows how thriving our chamber is in Fenelon Falls, looking after Ward 3, and how engaged our local businesses are. So with that, of course, because it is the season, I want to make sure to encourage everyone to enjoy Ward 3 this holiday season for meals, for shopping, and general merriment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Yo.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of highlights that have gone by. This past weekend was the Peace Walk in Norland. It was very well attended and a very good cause. And also the Santa Claus Parade in Cobeconk. And if you missed it, you missed the mayor and myself tucked neatly into a Mini Cooper. It was a good ride. We got really close. I just want to couple of mentions. The Wellness Center in Cobeconk, very exciting to see the MTO starting the entranceway this morning as I came into Lindsay, and just to note that the local fundraising is fastly approaching 1.3 million for a small town of less than 1,000 people. It's quite outstanding. And also pleased to say that the group at Ward Park looking for an outdoor rink. After all these years, we're successful through Trillium in securing a $150,000 grant. So that should go a long way to getting this rink in for next winter. So some good news all around. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank all of you for your kind words. I've enjoyed visiting and doing the Santa Claus Parade and also the tree lightings. A lot of fun stuff. And Merry Christmas to everybody, and shop local. Thank you. Moving on in our agenda, is any notices from staff? Sorry. No? Thank you. Moving on then. Look for a motion for that the minutes of the November 22nd, 2022 regular council meeting be received and adopted. Can I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Warren, Councillor Yo. Any questions or comments? None? All in favor? And that's passed. Moving on to item 8.1. We're going to introduce you to the 2023 budget, and we're going to do it in such a way that it's going to be a bit of an education piece. So with that, I'll turn it over to CEO Taylor to introduce that.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, and through you to all members of council. So this is our sort of first formal kickoff, if you will, to the 2023 city budgets and the process that will be forthcoming. So I'm going to be joined with a couple of other staff members I'll introduce in a minute. We're going to walk you through today, very high level, some context, and then we want to sort of spell out sort of what is the process moving forward. Following and after today's meeting, we're going to leave you with some pleasure reading for your holiday season to immerse yourself in the numbers, and then we'll get back actively starting in January, where we'll roll out the process, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. So if we go to the next slide, I mentioned I'll be joined by Carolyn Daines, our city treasurer, and Adam Found, our manager of corporate assets. We're going to provide a broad overview, just a financial sort of context piece again, some where we've come from even and where we're heading. And then we'll talk a little bit more specifically about the various budgets that are proposed. And we'll go through them, again, very high level at this point. And then I do want to conclude on some next steps. And so I will just caution that I know you've got a heavy and packed agenda today for sure. And I'm sure you already have questions starting. We've built into the process the ability for information exchange for you. So really just wanted to kind of set the tone, if you will. And then when we get into January, we'll be answering all of your questions and walking through the process a little bit better. So I think with that, Mr. Mayor, if I could, I'm going to turn it over to Carolyn Daines, and she's going to start on the financial overview component.
Hello, everyone. I'm not attending in person. I've had knee surgery, so I'm a little bit sequestered to my home right now. So, but I'm happy to present the high level overview of the budget. I just wanted to welcome all the new councillors, as well as welcome back all the former councillors. So we're going to start now. I can't see. Oh, here she does have it up. Sorry. So we're going to start with the financial overview. Next slide, please. So the 2023 budget is the first budget for this term of council. We normally pass the budget before the end of December, but because of the election, we did delay, and we are passing it in February and March of next year, sorry. So we're going to highlight some of the key financial initiatives that council has undertaken in the past 4 years. And as well, we're going to respond to frequent comments about the city's finances that we hear every year. Taxes are too high, not enough investment in roads, too many staff, too much debt, and we should use the surplus to lower taxes. So we're going to address some of those issues as we go through this financial overview. Next slide, please. So this is our operating budget we're comparing 2018 to 2023. And these are the major operating departments of the city. So you'll see here, 2018, the blue is the roads, waste, and transit, and 2023 is very similar. So our percentage of money spent on roads is fairly consistent year to year, fairly consistent for all the services that we've indicated here. In the red is police, fire, and paramedics. The yellows, parks, rec, library, and facilities. The green is building, planning, and economic development. And then the tan color there is housing, children's services. So you can see that there isn't a huge difference between what we spent in 2018 compared to what we spend in 2023 for this budget. Next slide, please. Next slide. Oh, sorry. So some of the operating budget highlights that have been, sorry, I have my own copy up as well, so I'm getting a little confused here. So just a second. Some of the operating budget highlights that we've done since 2018 was we introduced a special projects budget, and Mr. Found will talk about the special projects budget in his presentation. And it's more related to project-oriented operating expenses. So if you take on a study, for example, sometimes you won't have it done in the current year, so you need to reserve that money for, potentially 6 to 7 months into the next year. So we tend to put it in a separate special projects budget and not include it in the actual operating budget. As well, we have introduced various rate stabilization reserves throughout the last term of council, and we are coming forward in the new year with a reserve strategy, new reserve strategy that will help us in the future to finance capital as well as finance tax rate increases and the like. We've partnered with Peterborough County. That is on shared services, and that's in the area of paramedics, where the paramedic chief for the County of Peterborough was also the paramedic chief for the City of Kawartha Lakes, and I think that's coming to an end at the end of December, but it's just ways to lower costs in that area. So we have a 2023 tax increase, which we'll talk about as well once we get to the specific budgets, of 3%, which is consistent with the long-range financial plan that the budget team came out with in 2022, and we'll talk a little bit about that. And we're right in the middle of the Empower program. After COVID, there's various innovative solutions that we've that the Empower team has come up with in order to facilitate work from home, as well as facilitate payments out in the community through electronic means and hubs, that sort of thing. Okay, next slide, please. In the capital budget, which Adam will get into more specifically for 2022, but we have invested more than $160 million in the rehabilitation acquisition of municipal assets. You'll see that the primary area that we do a lot of the capital in is roads. So, and also there Councillor Ashmore just talked about the revitalization of Omimi. We've also completed the revitalization of Lindsay and Fenelon Falls, and Omimi is currently underway. We constructed a new fire station, the Mariposa Fire Station, which combined Little Britain and Oakwood. We have 2 large parks that we were able to construct in the 4-year period, Logie Park and the Bobcaygeon Beach Park. And we have done reconstruction work and resurfacing work on 680 kilometers of roads. Next slide, please. So here is our financial overview and just a summary of our tax rate increases from 2018 to 2027. We did have a long-range financial plan that came to be in 2018. And so it's the lighter green on this. And then we amended that plan, and it's the darker blue. And then the long-range financial plan in the darker green comes to be in 2022, and it obviously wasn't there in 2018. So these are the tax increases that were passed by council in 2018 through to 2022. 2022 was a 3%, and we are projecting a 3% for 2023 as well. But there's a long-range financial plan in place that calls for a 3% increase, as you can see, for the immediate future. Next slide, please. So there are many factors that determine how much taxes a residential property pays. So you say that there's going to be a 3% increase in taxes, and I don't think you could go into your property and say, here's what I paid in 2022, here's what I'm going to pay in 2023, and it would equate to exactly 3%, because there's many things that affect that. There's the assessed value of the property. There's the mix of residential and non-residential properties in the municipality. City of Kawartha Lakes is not commercially heavy with commercial properties, so the brunt of the tax increase usually goes to the residential taxpayer. The municipal services provided, you'll see that we have area rate services as well, and those are fire as well as police are area rated. Some of the parks in Lindsay are area rated, and street lighting currently is area rated, but that was it is destined to be changed shortly once the new assessment starts rolling in from MPAC. And as well, the size, location, and population of the municipality. So we have a population of approximately 79,000. So to spread that out over 79,000 is different than, say, a Toronto that spreads it over millions of people. Next slide, please. And as you know, one of the key things that we have in this municipality is roads. And so if you look at the size of our municipality, and we have 5,300 kilometers of roadway in our municipality, and we compare that to saying, take a trip to Florida, and it's only 2,300 kilometers. Depending on which way you go, could be longer either way, but it's a massive, massive municipality and a lot of roads to be maintained for sure. Next slide, please. And to put this in a little bit of perspective, we looked at the city of Toronto, which has a population of about 2.8 million. Their population density is about 4,400 people per square kilometer. And so their road intensity is 80 households per lane kilometer. If you look at the city of Peterborough, there's 37 households per lane kilometer. And in the city of Kawartha Lakes, we don't have a large population density because we're so rural, but as well, we only have 7 households per lane kilometer. So that's a little bit more on the expensive side to maintain and spread the costs out amongst residents. Next slide, please. To address the staffing issue, we looked at other municipalities in the area and to determine what their staffing was as a percentage of their total operating expenses. And as you can see, we're on the low end. We have a 37.48% of all of our expenses are salary related. Whereas, as you can see, it goes up as you get through this slide, where say North Bay's 46.71%, Toronto's 48%, and Guelph is 53% of their operating budget is salaries. This is a very salary intensive municipality. Most municipalities are. So it's nice to see that we're at the lower end. I don't know what that indicates, but it just provides you with a snapshot of where we stand in regards to staffing. So we're definitely not overstaffed by any means. Next slide, please. And each year we do normally end up with a year-end surplus. I've been here for over 20 years, and I think I can think of 2 years that we've had a deficit that we've had to cover with reserves or in the next year by raising taxes. However, normally we do cover it by reserves. But we've had surpluses since 2018. So what we normally do, we try to build up reserves in anticipation of capital expenditures coming down the pipe, or we know of operating expenses that might increase in the next year because of a legislation from the government. So 2018 and 2020, we put our money to the asset management reserve, which is what funds the capital budget. In 2019, obviously we were in a pandemic situation at that point, because normally you reconcile the previous year in the spring of the following year. So it would have been like June 2020 that we would have reconciled that surplus. So we put it to pandemic related activities in the community, such as, economic incentives for various businesses, as well as we did some arts and culture for various areas as well. And in 2021, we actually spread it out amongst a variety of reserves, just knowing there was some initiatives coming down the pipe for 2022. So some went to the asset management, some went to the fleet reserve, as we know that there is going to be some fleet purchases in the 2023-2022 years. The Empower project, which we talked about for innovations for services. We developed a fleet maintenance reserve where if there's a large repair in a year, then we have money in a reserve that we can access to offset the large expenditure in the current year. And as well, we put some money away in the Manor Reserve. The Manor had a surplus, and they are in the midst of doing a building condition assessment, and they needed some money for that. So we put away those items for those activities. As well, we've in the last 4 years, we've established winter maintenance reserve, where we had surpluses in winter control in a few years. And so we put that money away so that in the event of a really bad winter, that we would have funds to offset those additional expenses in those years. So I just wanted to give you an indication that in 2021, we had about a $3 million surplus, and that equates to about a 3% tax levy based on what our tax levy, like a 1% increase equates to in our tax levy. Next slide, please. And debt's always a big conversation, and we will get into more about debt in the future orientation presentations that are coming forward for council. But the province prescribes the amount of debt payments that a municipality can incur. So they tell you that you can only have 25% of your total revenue, less grants, as debt payments. And so then you have to equate that into a debt total, like a debt debenture total that you can go out for based on interest rates that are current in the environment at that time. So we currently have $140 million in debt, but you have to equate that to, we probably have close to $4 billion in assets. So to put that in perspective, that would be the equivalent of a household who that is worth about $700,000, which is the average housing price in the city currently, of having $24,500 in a mortgage. So you have to look at that perspective based on the value of our assets, which is massive. Okay, next slide, please. So we'll talk a little bit high level about the financial overview, the long-term financial plan that we just completed in 2022. So we looked at all of the master plans, all of the expenses, all of the wage contracts that we have outstanding, and we projected that over a 10-year period to figure out what we would need to have as a tax levy each year to cover those. We went to all of the departments to determine if there was any legislation coming down the pipe that would require additional expenses as well. We looked at the debt that would be needed in order to finance the capital budget as well, and determined the debt payments that would be required. And, and we took the service levels that we have today as the service levels that would be present in the next 10 years. We didn't add and we didn't take away any service levels. We assumed that the service levels would stay the same. And so we basically came to assumption of what a required tax levy increase would be each year. And as well, we implemented a specific infrastructure levy going forward for 10 years as well to bring the asset management reserve up to a value that would, at the end of 10 years, would make us sustainable so that we wouldn't have to take out any debt in order to do capital in the future. So we presented that to council at the end of 2021, 2022, and we will be updating that for after the budget is passed as to how we did, how close were we in our projections for 2023. As I stated before, the long-term financial plan has a 3% tax increase in it, as well as the 1.5% infrastructure levy that we have implemented in 2021 and 2022 as well. So we will report back on the long-term financial plan and where we stand as per 2023, and update any revisions that we're aware of for the next 10 years as well. So I'm just going to pause here and see if there's any questions.
Councillor Warren.
Thank you. Through you to Carolyn. With the pandemic, what percentage of savings, I guess, or money not used because of people not working, was there a savings there at all with because of the pandemic?
Through you to the councillor. Yes, we did have larger than normal surpluses in the years of the pandemic, 2020, 2021. And we are projecting a surplus as well for 2022. Not going to quote a number on that yet, as we're nearing the end of the year, but there's still a lot of expenses coming in. We did receive money from the province, quite a bit of money, I think close to $7-8 million from the province to offset revenue losses that we had, but that was also offset by staffing that wasn't filled in that period. So the gapping that we would have had. As well, we forgave penalty and interest on taxes and utility bills in that time. So yeah, services were, I don't know if they were reduced, but they certainly, we took the stance that we would only do essential. Anything except that needed to get done, got done. And so there were probably savings in that area as well. So those resulted in surpluses, and those surpluses have gone into those reserves that we discussed on a former slide.
Councillor Joyce?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Carolyn. My question is on the slide with the comparative study on salaries to other regions. I know we're facing a lot of staff shortages, that we're having a challenge to fill them. Was that a projected percentage or an actual?
This would have been a percentage based on the 2021 FIR, as that is the last one that we have filled out, because you don't fill out the FIR is our financial information return that goes to the provincial government. So you can go on a site and basically look at every municipality in the province's FIR to determine where they are with salaries and where they are with their total expenses. So this was actual wages and benefits for the 2021 year.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
Just a couple from me, Carolyn. A 3% increase is a 3% increase to the budget and does not necessarily show itself as a 3% tax increase. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. Yeah, because you have so many factors that go in to your taxes that you have on your residential property, including, as I said, area rating. There's also the assessment value is key to your tax amounts paid. For example, $1 million home would pay more taxes than a $500,000 home, that sort of thing.
And my second question is, based on debt, $140 million in debt, not all that debt is repayable by taxpayers in the city of Kawartha Lakes. Is that correct?
That's correct. Our debt is split into really three primary sectors. One is tax levy funded, which would be capital that is the fire trucks, roadways, that sort of thing. There's also water and wastewater debt. So, and it approximates about $45 million, I believe. And that is paid off by water and wastewater users only. It's not a tax levy. It doesn't affect the tax levy. It affects the user rate that the water and wastewater residents pay. So it's not shared equally among every resident in the city. And then we have the Kawartha Lakes Halliburton housing debt, which is our affordable housing, construction of our affordable housing buildings. And so that is covered through the Kawartha Lakes Halliburton Housing Corporation, but does have effect on our tax rate. But the water and wastewater does not.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Through you to Carolyn, just a couple of questions. Last year,
Sure.
Council passed a 1.5% capital levy on top of the 3%. Have you accounted for that, or is that something that you foresee the council has to do again? Or is that something that is built into your calculations?
Through you to the councillor, the tax levy increase is 3%, but there's also an additional 1.5% of the infrastructure levy. So we're carrying that forward for the 10 years over the long range financial plan, that each year there will be a 1.5% increase for the infrastructure levy, which will build up the asset management reserve. And the intent is that we will, at the end of 10 years, we will have built it up, the asset management reserve, sufficiently in order to cover the capital budget, and we will therefore not have to use debt as a financing mechanism for the capital budget going forward after that 10-year period.
Okay, thanks. And secondly, the MPAC, the assessment, Ontario government, they froze MPAC assessment rates for, I think it was 2 years. But once these assessment rates start climbing, increasing, is this something that you foresee as a huge amount of tax burden for the average taxpayer here if their assessment's going up? Maybe if you can just explain the correlation between assessments and what they used to call mill rates, but assessments and the amount of tax that you pay, if you could, please.
Okay, so there is a misconception that as assessments go up, you receive more tax revenue. However, it works in that you look at your budget, you look at all the expenses that are required in order to run the city, you take off any revenue that you receive, and then you come up with a total tax amount that you have to bill. So then that total tax amount is split amongst all the assessments in the city. So it's not, if your assessment goes up, the amount of tax required from your building will be kind of split amongst all of the other residential areas, residential buildings in the city of Kawartha Lakes. It's not that we're going to raise more taxes. We just split that tax amount over a different figure rather than your taxes increasing significantly because your assessment's gone up. Everyone's assuming it's a good assumption to know that everyone's assessment's going to go up probably. So it's just going to be split over that total assessment in the end anyway, the same as it was in 2022 prior to the assessment increases. And they will as well, they'll probably have a assessment period where it's gradually brought in, whereas you won't go up to that, your total assessment right at the very beginning. You will be phased in.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if Ron can speak to that at all, but that's basically my understanding is that the total tax levy needed is still split amongst the same number of people, even if your assessment goes up.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, I'll just confirm that's exactly right. It's really just a pool, and it's reweighting the actual bill on any given household based on the assessed value of the house at that time. But it does not change our budget total annually and the total amount of taxes that we collect on a gross sort of scale.
Okay. Were you still up, Carolyn, or are we going to switch over?
No, I'm going to pass the torch. No, I'm going to start the next one, sorry, and then I'm going to pass the torch to Adam.
So we welcome Dr. Found to our midst, and carry on, please.
Yes. Okay, so I'm just going to talk about, we're on slide number 18. So just so you understand what we're dealing with in the next phase of this presentation is we have 3 budgets. Well, we actually have 4 budgets in a way. We have our operating budget, which is the tax levy based budget, where we have our 200 plus day-to-day services that we fund. We have a tax capital budget, which is, so it's like an asset. You're looking at an asset. You're looking at road reconstruction, and you're looking at purchase of vehicles and that kind of thing. And so then we have our special project budget, which I referred to back in the beginning of my presentation. They're one-time in nature. They don't create an asset. They're mainly studies or legislative requirements that we have to do that aren't going to result in an asset. Then we also have water and wastewater operating and water and wastewater capital, which are funded by the users. So this makes it clear that we have the property tax supported portion of the operating capital and special projects, and we also have the wastewater, water and wastewater user rate supported by for operating and capital. So those water and wastewater user rate are only those residents who have water and sewer supplied by the city. Next slide, please. So in put it all in perspective, we have overall a $325 million budget. About 237 million of it is property tax supported operating. And then we have our property tax supported capital of about 57 million. And we have our special projects of about 2 million. Then we have the water and wastewaters user rate funds 24.6 million in operating and 5.2 million in capital. And Adam, now I pass it on to Dr. Found, who's going to talk about the various budgets.
Wing it. Can you do it from your chair?
I can do
Yeah.
it from there, yeah. How is that? Okay. Oh, thank you, Carolyn, and thanks to council for being here for this presentation. It's not the usual way that we do this. We're only doing it this way because, as I think it was mentioned, the municipal election sort of got in the way. And so we're splitting our presentation up into two segments where today we do a bit of an overview, and then in February and March we'll do a more detailed presentation. So I will be presenting the tax-supported capital budget piece of this. So when we look at this donut-shaped figure here, it gives us a distribution of the proposed capital expenditures, which amount to $56.6 million. Now, just to give you a bit of a context for that, that is basically what we should be spending each year without accounting for inflation. That's about what we should spend each year on tax-supported capital. So it is good to see that this proposed budget is very much in line with that expectation in our long-term financial plan. You'll see that a plurality of the expenditures are directed towards roads. We know that roads make up the lion's share in terms of the value of our asset portfolio, so it makes sense to see that. And then you'll see the various other areas around the wheel there. The one where I think I will make some brief comments is the part on fleet and equipment for about 28% of the total expenditure. And that is to note that you'll see in your budget for today, your agenda for today, that there is an item for early start capital request, and that the majority of that request does relate to fleet and equipment. And essentially the rationale there is written out in the report, but really is related to the need for those particular projects to move forward before the rest of the budget is approved. Now I'll go over to the financing side of the tax-supported capital budget. You'll see here we have a plurality of the financing coming from the asset management reserve. And when you look at our long-term financial plan, what you'll see is that share of the financing growing over time. And as our treasurer mentioned, the idea is that over those 10 years with the dedicated capital levy, we're able to wean ourselves off of debt for tax-supported capital. In terms of at least replacement and rehabilitation capital, and rely more heavily on instead the asset management reserve. You also see that there's a number of other contributors to the financing. Another large one is debenture, and of course, as the asset management reserve piece grows, the debenture piece will shrink over time. Again, if we stick to the plan. You'll see that there are some development charges that come into play because we have some growth-related capital projects in here. Gas tax reserves, they are the recipients of our gas tax grant, or grants, I should say, that come in each year. We also have fleet reserves, which act very much like the asset management reserve. A bunch of other reserves, and then grants and deferred revenue make up the last component. And there's another spot where I do want to take a moment to speak to it, and that is because as of yesterday, or perhaps the day before, we received some good news from the province. that our Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund allocation is increasing for 2023. So it will go from about 4.5 million a year to 5.2 million next year. So it's a $700,000 increase, of which we were not aware when the budget was put together. So my expectation is that between now and budget deliberations, staff will think about how to best use that $700,000 and potentially bring some recommendations to council about that. But again, that's some good news for us. Now, the other thing about that news is that when you look at the increase, it's exactly 15%. The reason being is that the province has capped increases at 15% as a transitional measure. And so what that suggests to me is, in fact, in 2024 and perhaps in 2025, we'll have yet more increases in that funding coming from the province. So stay tuned, I hope, for more good news on that front. So now I'll just touch on some of the highlights coming through the tax-supported capital budget for next year. As I mentioned, we continue to remain aligned with the long-term financial plan, and we also continue to have a focus on priority investments in roads. So we've heard that as staff loud and clear. I think the council here today has heard that loud and clear on the campaign trail, and so we do remain committed to those kinds of investments. We're also taking a significant step forward when it comes to the fire fleet capital backlog. I know there have been some reports to council recently touching on that subject, and I'm pleased to say that we really are taking some action on that front. The community paramedic program, which is new to the city, it's getting a boost through this budget in terms of fleet acquisitions, and they are grant financed by the province. We're also looking to design a new bridge over the Ops number 1 drain, or sometimes known as West Jennings Creek, and that is to facilitate development in the northwest part of Lindsay. We're also planning to construct a new cell at the Lindsay Ops landfill to ensure that landfill can continue operating into the future. And that will be the second last cell within the approved footprint for that landfill. And then finally, I'll just mention that we are making a substantial one-time investment in public works fleet to address the backlog that has developed there over the last few years. And you'll see that that theme coming through the report that is before you today for early start capital. So on the flip side, we still have a whole bunch of deferrals that we continue to monitor as we go through the budget process. You'll see that in the budget document, there's a whole table dedicated to this, and it shows that at a minimum, we have a tax-supported capital backlog of $87.5 million. Not all of that is related to replacement and rehabilitation. Some of that is simply related to growth-related projects, expansions and acquisitions that have just not occurred yet, but were previously planned to occur. While the backlog, so to speak, has grown over the last number of years, the figure that I try to look at is the growth rate of that, because the city is sort of like a ship. It's hard to turn on a dime. And so when we started in 2017 and 2018 to really tackle the capital backlog, we knew we couldn't do it overnight, and we knew we couldn't even do it over the first few years of our plan. And so what we committed to doing was really reducing the growth rate in the capital backlog, and you really see that come through. So in 2017, that growth rate was 14.4%. And had we not done anything, that percentage would have just continued on, presumably. But now that growth rate is down to 1.6%. So that's a huge amount of progress. And if things go to plan over this term of council, that percentage should actually become negative, meaning that we're actually starting to reduce the backlog. and eventually the backlog would be eliminated. Now, because the backlog is heavy in the roads area, in the order of 92%, we are still remaining very much committed to addressing those most urgent needs when it comes to roads, and especially the roads component of the backlog. The other item you'll see that accompanies the tax-supported capital budget is a table on decision units. So the former council forwarded to this budget process a number of decision units that totaled to about 469,000, and of that, about 174,000 is already included in the capital budget. So that leaves a balance to be discussed amongst yourselves during budget deliberations. In addition to that, and this is more news, staff expect that another decision unit will be brought forward to council with respect to Kegawan Road. Now, the reason for that is that based on previous council direction, Kegawan Road is to be a cost-shared upgrade in terms of paving the road between the city and the local residents. And it was conditional on the local residents paying their half of the cost to the city by last Friday. And I can confirm that I've heard from our Treasury Division that in fact we did receive that check for $220,000. So that triggers the council direction to kick in, and so we will bring that decision unit to council as part of the budget deliberation exercise. I should just note that coincidentally, Kegawan Road is scheduled for gravel resurfacing next year. So the city, in a way, has already committed half of its commitment for the paving of the road. So I think that the decision unit will be to take that money from the gravel resurfacing budget, put it into the rural resurfacing budget, and then have to dip into our contingency reserve to make up the difference, and then the residents' half would also come in. Our treasurer did speak a little bit about this dedicated capital levy, which the importance of which cannot be understated. This is the way out of the problem that we're in. As she mentioned, it is structured so that it is funded by 1.5% tax increases over the next 10 years, so that at the end of the 10-year period, we will have enough coming in to support the asset management reserve so that we don't have to go out for debt for any replacement, any rehabilitation, or at least we don't have to plan for it. Maybe there'll be an unplanned event that occurs, but we will no longer have to plan to use debt for those purposes. The other reason why this dedicated capital levy is very important is that it gives us the stability that we need to ensure that those priority investments in roads, in fleet, in buildings, in landfills, parks, all those things are sustainable over the long term. So just to put this into perspective, that 1.5% increase planned for next year in accordance with our long-term financial plan equates to about a $37 charge on the average household. So pretty modest, I think, when you look at it in that context. So I think, Mr. Mayor, I'm to pause there because that is the end of that section of the presentation and see if there are any questions.
Thank you. I have a few. Councillor Yule.
Thank you, and through you to Mr. Found. I'm going to ask right now because I don't know, and maybe you have an inkling when you're going to tell us, but how's Bill 23 going to affect this budget, and is that where $700,000 is going to go?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was afraid someone might ask that question. I think the plan is that staff will update council on Bill 23 on January 10th. So would it be fair to just postpone the answer to that question to that time?
That's what I want to know, when you're going to update us. I didn't expect it now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good.
Yeah, I think you'll get it on not only Bill 23, but also on Bill 109 and the other bills that affect planning and our income. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Adam, and thank you for that emphasis on roads. I knocked on 2,200 doors in my election campaign, and 2,198 of those households talked to me about roads. Just perspective, if you can, we're spending 46% on roads budgeted now. Go back, I don't know, 5-6 years, something to that effect. Roughly what percentage was being spent on roads back in the day?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can take us back to before we had a long-term financial plan and before we had what I would say is an adequate asset management plan, probably that $26 million figure would have been more like 10 million, 15 at best. So you can see there's been a huge shift in our focus when it comes to capital expenditure, and that shift has definitely been towards roads. It's just that when you try to tackle a problem like this, you can't solve it overnight, and you have to start to chip away at it over time. But I think what this diagram shows, if you compare it to previous diagrams like it, is that we really have moved in the right direction.
No, absolutely. I just wanted that perspective. I think it's great. Yeah, 10 to 15 million back in the day probably equates to 25 or 30% of the budget, roughly. So they were really ramping it up, which is good to see. My other question is just landfill cell. We have 2 more cells to go. How many years will it take estimated to fill one cell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so how many years does it take to construct a cell?
No, to fill it and complete it.
Oh, okay, yes, so that depends on the fill rate, and at current rates, it will, this cell that is proposed for next year will likely take about 4 to 5 years to be filled.
Thank you, no more questions.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Talking about gas tax reserves, question on that is how can it be used, and who makes a decision on who uses the reserves?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so I'll handle the 2 questions in the order in which they're presented. So the first question is on what can they be used? The answer is pretty much anything. You can use gas tax reserve obviously for roads, you can use them for landfills, you can use them for parks, in fact, you can even use them for water, wastewater, which I don't think we've ever done. So you can use them for almost any tax-supported capital purpose that you have in mind. The second question is, how are those decisions made? They're made by council. Of course, as staff, we recommend how to use them, but ultimately council decides. Past practice, though, has been to dedicate all of the gas tax reserve, except for the transit part, of course, all of the rest of the gas tax reserve to roads.
Thank you. And my next question is that how do you choose what roads gets fixed?
So through you, Mr. Mayor. So again, that's council's decision, typically through budget time, based on staff recommendations. Now, those decisions are informed by various sources. So we have the 5-year roads need study that is done every 5 years, and that develops a roads capital plan that takes us through 5-year intervals. We also have a transportation master plan that is typically done about every 10 years. That too informs the recommendations when they come to council. And then, of course, any directions that come from council throughout the year, staff take them into account as well when it comes to budget recommendations for roads.
Okay, thank you.
Just a note, the gas tax, there's provincial and there's federal, and one can be used for transit and one can be used for other things. Is that correct?
That's true, Mr. Mayor. So there's one small component that is provincial, and it can only be used for transit. The much larger component is federal, and we receive maybe about 4.8, 4.9 million next year from that. And that actually could be used on transit too, if you wanted to. It can be used for almost anything, as I said. But the federal part is much, much larger.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor and Adam, thank you for the presentation. Spot on in terms of roads being a top of mind issue. You know, not only did I hear it when I knocked on doors during the campaign, people were knocking on my door to come and tell me about the roads. So if you could go back just for my own information and understanding, you had a slide that cited a figure of 92%, I believe. There we go. With overall 92 deferrals of related to roads. Capital investment in roads is expected to remain an urgent priority. We know, does that mean that we're only meeting 8% of the need of roads if we're deferring the actual 92% of road needs? Is that how that's contextualized?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, sorry if I've misled you unintentionally. So the 92% figure means that 92% of the backlog, the current backlog that is presented in the budget document, 92% of that in terms of dollar value is related to roads. That's all. It doesn't mean that we're only investing 8% of what we need to for roads. It just means that there's a current backlog, however it was developed, and within that backlog, 92% of it, of the needs are related to roads.
And if I could, is that as obvious as it sounds? Backlog being budget items that haven't been if affected or closed yet?
I'm sorry?
Is that as obvious as it sounds in terms of the word deferral and backlog? Backlog just meaning budgeted items that haven't been actioned or completed yet?
That would be fair to say. So maybe I'm using the terms a little too loosely. So when I say backlog, I'm referring to a number that we don't quite know for sure, because it's hard to know whether a capital need should have been addressed at a certain time or not. We have an asset management plan that gives us an indication, but we can never know for sure without going out to assess our assets every single year, which we can't do, right? So we sort of take a guess at it, and that's what I'm referring to as the deferrals. So the deferrals are projects that we know have come forward through the budget process in the last number of years, but have not yet actually been approved. And so those are the projects that you see in the table in the budget under deferral. So in a sense, the deferrals table is a very minimalist estimate of what the actual backlog is in the city.
All right, very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you have something?
No, I think it's fine.
Councillor Warren.
Yeah, thanks, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just speaking to the gas tax was originally brought in, Councillor McDonald, because it was to lower greenhouse gas emissions. And so there was an equation brought in. So what eventually happened that, you know, a kilometer of paved road would lower greenhouse gas emissions by a certain amount. So originally that gas tax was brought in to go towards green initiatives to lower greenhouse gas emissions. But it's kind of evolved over the years, but there's supposed to be an equation if a kilometer of road will lower greenhouse gas emissions more than another initiative, right? Whichever initiative lowers the most should actually be used, but it's now historically going mostly to roads.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Dr. Found. Just a question on one of the projects that I didn't see in there, but I know it's coming soon, is the Colburn Street Bridge for the third crossing in Lindsay, the largest urban area in the city. Is that going to be coming forth soon, or what year, how many years out is that in the budget?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, in fact, you'll see that project is listed as one of the deferrals. And you'll see that that table indicates tentatively that it will be brought forward to council for approval in terms of construction in 2024. The design is ongoing now. and that is fully in accordance with our long-term financial plan.
Thank you. Do you want to continue?
If there are no other questions, I'm pleased to. So let me catch up here. Special projects budget. So as our city treasurer mentioned, started in 2020, what we decided to do is to recognize that there's certain operating projects that really should be budgeted as though they're capital in nature. And the kinds of projects we have in mind are studies, plans, strategies, appeals at the Ontario Land Tribunal, or other sort of significant operating initiatives that are really like project in nature, such that they don't result in a capital asset or an improvement to a capital asset. So they're one-time in nature like capital projects, but unlike capital projects, they don't lead to anything that we can capitalize. So the idea is to ensure that these projects have, first of all, sufficient time to be completed, but I think just as importantly, having them in a special projects budget brings them out of the regular operating budget, and it really exposes them to council and the public, and I think making them more transparent. So that's really the rationale behind having the special projects budget. Now, typically this budget, although it's new, and therefore we don't have a very long track record with it, it does tend to hover around $2 million a year. So these two slides give you the two halves of this budget, expenditure versus financing. So on the expenditure side, you'll see there is a plurality in studies, plans, and strategies, and that's to be expected. There's quite a large section reserved for Ontario Land Tribunal appeals, and we have a bit reserved for IT and software, and then there's quite a large chunk that is being directed towards what we call uncapitalized improvements. The one that is making up the lion's share of that $725,000 is the next generation 911 system for the city. On the financing side, you'll see that the tax levy makes up the vast majority of the financing. We have a bit of grants there. There's some reliance on the DC reserve because there's a study in there that is growth related, and then the rest comes from the contingency reserve. So just to touch on some of the highlights from this budget, as I mentioned, there's a next generation 911 system project included. We also have secondary plan and rural zoning bylaw appeals at the Ontario Land Tribunal. Unfortunately, those are very costly to the city. Performance management software and bylaw officer body cameras. So that's really part of the IT component of the budget. And then finally, we have a Parks and Recreation strategic plan, which is something that comes straight out of our long-term financial plan. So I think, Mr. Mayor, that's the end of this section. Did you want me to pause for questions?
Any questions? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, you talk about the appeals are very expensive. Could you give me some examples of appeals and what happens when somebody appeals and why it costs us money to appeal?
Sure. So through you, Mr. Mayor, perhaps I could redirect that to my good colleague, Richard Hawley, Director of Development Services.
Okay. Absolutely.
Good afternoon, through the mayor to Councillor McDonald. There are a number of appeals that are at the Ontario Land Tribunal. The reason that they are costly is We have to outsource some of the consulting work as well as the legal work. It's fairly specialized, and these appeals have been going on for years. And that's part of the reason why it's so expensive. For example, our official plan and secondary plan appeals are broken into numerous phases, which take, in some cases, it takes 6 to 12 months to go through a single phase. So there is a lot of money that's required for consulting as well as for legal background on that.
Could you give me an example of an appeal that's happening right now?
Certainly, well, the secondary plans, that's been ongoing for since 2012. The official plan has been ongoing since 2012. The secondary plans have been ongoing appeals since early 2016. So they're 6 years in. The official plan is about 10 years in. So those are appeals. So the appeals will be, so some of the appeals are more scoped from people. Other appellants take a broad brush across the entire official plan or the secondary plans. So the appeals are varied, but I think for the secondary plans, I think we had approximately 20 appeals in that range. We also had, I don't think we had quite as many to the official plan, but it's really expected that you get appeals. It's very seldom that you're going to create a policy document that absolutely everybody loves. So,
Thank you.
Water and wastewater?
My favorite. All right, so yes, we'll now move on to the water and wastewater part of the presentation. So normally I don't speak to water, wastewater operating too much, but because the presentation is fairly high level, I will in this case. So just to give maybe some of the new councillors context, the city is responsible for 21 water systems and 6 wastewater systems. And essential to both those types of systems are assets like treatment plants, pumping stations, water mains and sewer mains, reservoirs, those sorts of things. And as I think probably most of you know, if not all of you, that our operations are split between internal resources, so meaning city staff, and external resources, meaning the Ontario Clean Water Agency. One thing to always keep in mind when it comes to water and wastewater services is that they're completely user fee funded, meaning that the taxpayer does not pay for water wastewater services in the city. Only the actual users of the systems pay for water wastewater services. And because the city continues to have a uniform user rate structure across the city, what that means is that the larger, more efficient systems like Lindsay end up subsidizing the other systems. And if you look at our water wastewater rate study, which comes out every 5 years by law, that study actually quantifies what that subsidy is across all the systems. So this slide gives you a breakdown of the water part of the operating budget. And you'll see that we have treatment and distribution as making up the largest component when it comes to expenses. So those are the direct costs for treatment and distribution. And then you'll see above that, there's also some overhead costs in the form of administration. And you'll also see on the other side of that wheel that debt servicing makes up a fairly large chunk of the expenses that are incurred each year. And then finally, we're making what I would consider to be a healthy contribution to the water reserve in the range of $2.75 million. And that is really to help support the capital program. On the revenue side, we have some smaller revenues, which I won't mention. You'll see that the vast majority of the revenue comes from standard user fees, and they're broken into 2 different types. There's the fixed rates, and then there's the consumptive rates. And so, of course, the consumptive rates are the ones that depend on how much is used. The fixed rates are invariant to how much water is used. Now this slide is just a mirror image of the water slide, but now for wastewater. And you'll see that we have pretty much the same sort of breakdown in terms of the cost. Treatment and collection make up a plurality of the costs. Those are the direct costs to those services. There's some cost for administration and overhead. A little bit larger share of the cost going to service debt, and that's just simply because wastewater over recent years has been more heavily reliant on debt than water has. And then again, we're making what I would consider a healthy contribution to the wastewater reserve at $1.75 million, again, to support capital. Then if you look at the revenue side, you'll see that, again, user rates dominate the wheel there. And again, we have fixed user rates as well as consumptive user rates. And I should just mention that we don't actually meter wastewater flows coming from properties. What we do is we meter the water going in, and then there's sort of a set assumption made based on experience how much of that water comes back out the other end. So that's how those user fees are determined. Of course, you can't do that for systems like Cobeconk, where it's wastewater only, correct? And so you just have to make an assumption based on experience about how much consumption is happening for those types of systems. And then finally, we get to my bailiwick in this department, and that is the capital side of the budget. You'll see the capital program is split into about 5 different sub-programs there. And water treatment for this time around is dominating, but that may not be the case every single year going forward. This does tend to jump around quite a bit. And then horizontal distribution and collection. So that's really mainly our water mains and our sewer mains. That makes up an equally large share of the expenditure. On the finance side, you'll see that there's heavy reliance on the water reserve and the wastewater reserve. In fact, the vast majority or almost all of the financing comes from those 2 reserves, and there's just a little bit coming from the contingency reserve, and that's because of a prior commitment in that reserve for the replacement of water meters that we're going to use up. So I should just make a few comments about the capital portion of this budget. So probably the most important comment among them is that this budget is very much scaled back. So it's about half of what it would normally be. That's not because there isn't half the work to be done. It's simply because over the last couple of years with COVID and other things happening, short staff, that there's a backlog in the projects and just getting projects done in terms of water, wastewater capital. And so what we're trying to do is reset the clock and to give engineering staff a chance to catch up on those projects. There's no sense in piling on more and making the backlog worse. So that's what we're doing for 2023, at least that's what we propose. And in order to do that, we reached out to our partners in operations and Aqua to really get to the heart of what is absolutely needed for 2023 and try to slim the budget down to just that. And that's why you see it at 5.2 million instead of something like 10.4 million. The other thing I should mention is that if we set that one-time deviation aside, the budget is otherwise aligned with the water wastewater rate study and the long-term financial plan. And so what that means is that the user rate increase being proposed is the standard 3% that is in our long-term financial plan and in the water wastewater rate study. So Mr. Mayor, I think that's the end of this section. I'm happy to take questions.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Adam, if you could go back to the slide on the water, that one. When you say administration, when I see administration, that to me means office personnel. Would that figure, because 16% really, that's really of the treatment and distribution, that's administering, that's close to 30%. of the treatment and distribution part? Or does that include all the labor, like all the personnel that treat the water, test the water?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think maybe I'll redirect that to my colleague to the right here, Amber Hayter. I think she'll have a better handle on what's actually in that component of the wheel.
That's fine.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll do my best to answer the questions. I'm not exactly sure what components of my budget were divided up into each of the little pieces, but a good portion of the administration is labor, but it also includes staff time from our division as well as engineering and corporate assets. Aside from that, there are other outside contracts as well that aren't directly related to the operations and maintenance of the facilities themselves.
Thank you. I'm breathing a sigh of relief then. I thought, you said administration, I just thought it was just people shuffling paper. And that seemed rather high, but it includes everybody that's working in the water system. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. We talk about the waste and water. I have a kind of a different question, and I get this asked a lot, is that when we have a new subdivision that comes in, the question I always hear, do we have enough water and waste to supply, many, many developers coming into town? How do we know that we have enough to let subdivisions being built today?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe Director Rojas will answer that question.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the city undertakes several studies to determine the capacity of the system. So in the past, we've done a master servicing plan. I think it was in 2011. We've also done a master capacity study of all our various systems. We are currently undertaking this year both a capacity and master servicing plan to facilitate the needs of growth and infill development. In addition to that, our operations department does an annual report of both the water and wastewater system. So the amount of usage that we get compared to the rated capacity of the pumps. So we do keep track of it. There's also a calculation for uncommitted reserve capacity. It's a desktop exercise that gives us a feel for how much residual capacity is in the system. But the servicing models, so the water, wastewater models that we're implementing now is sort of the best tool to guide us on how much capacity is left for each subdivision. So with any new development approval, subdivision or site plan, we do look at the system and determine whether there's enough to service that particular development.
And if there isn't, what do you do?
Thank you. Through the mayor. So if there isn't, a couple strategies. We can put a hold on it and let our capital program catch up. We could enter into a front-ending agreement that says, okay, the developer pays for the upgrades and then we reimburse them at a later date. Or we can accelerate our capital program to catch up. So it's typically one of those three strategies that we would implement.
Thank you.
Councillor Warren.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Found. When you were talking about the capital for water and wastewater, that could be 10 million. Is that not a need, not a want? So that's my question.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so thankfully over recent years, we have been able to make substantial investments in water, wastewater, and really had already caught up, which is very nice. That's to be contrasted with the tax-supported side. So I think it's really because of that success that we're able to sort of take a breather right now and look at some of the 2023 projects we thought, or at least that were in the works, that were in the plan to be done, and just push them out 1 year. And then make sure that we do keep an eye on all of our capital needs as we go forward. So I wouldn't want you to get the impression that we've just arbitrarily slashed the budget in half and that there's $5 million of needs that are now outstanding. It's really more of just taking a longer view of the capital program and shifting within that, let's say, 10-year period. So that's really the exercise I think that we're undertaking now in order to alleviate that backlog in the number of projects that we have.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you again, Mayor. Through you, just one question. If you go one slide forward, please. You're talking about projects that have been scaled back for the coming year. In Fenelon Falls, we have an inflow and infiltration issue with if there is a large surface runoff in spring, for example, or over a 3-hour storm rain event, that is a big risk on capacity of the existing system. So that, as Councillor Warren mentioned, in terms of having needs to address that, is that included in the scale back one-time measures in order to be able to fix that, or is that something that will have to come through if council deems appropriate? Future budget items.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, in fact, we've actually accelerated on that front. So for next year, for 2023, within my division's operating budget, we've allocated some money to, in fact, investigate inflow and infiltration in Fenelon Falls for the entire village. So that means every single gravity sewer will be cameraed and inspected, rated, and every single capital deficiency that is found through that process will be documented and prioritized. And so that way we will actually know where is the I&I happening, to what extent is it happening, how can we best address it? Because if we don't have that information, we can't actually address the problem that you referred to.
Right.
So that's really the idea behind it, is to first let's get the information we need in order to address the problem. So I would suggest to you, we're accelerating on that front because the previous plan was not to do that, but I think it is needed.
Or be it for me not to take yes for an answer.
Yeah, that's right.
that is good news.
And I should just also mention, if I may, that in fact, that's what we've just completed for Bob Cajun this year.
Right.
We did exactly that process.
Sure.
And so the idea is just to now duplicate that or replicate that for Fenelon Falls.
And just so my fellow councillors know, I'm planning to bring a memo to Council Committee of the Whole to perhaps have some options for interim measures as well for this issue. Thanks very much. That's very good news. Thank you.
Operating budget.
Okay, that is me again. Okay, so we need slide 39 up. So this basically tells you how the expenditures are broken down in the 2023 budget. Total expenses of $236.5 million. As you can see by the chart here, about a third of our expenditures are salaries and wages. We have $50 million going to transfer to external clients, and that's mostly in the human services area. So the Ontario Works, transfer to childcare agencies, that sort of thing. Contracted services are approximately $44.3 million. There are definitions for each of these categories, by the way, in the budget book when you get that. But our majority of our contracted services would be the garbage collection, recycling collection, that kind of thing. The OPP would be part of that as well, our payment to the OPP. And there's just various other contracts that we have throughout the city. Interfunctional is always a category that always gets questioned by council. And the majority of that interfunctional transfer is actually transfers from our reserves. So you would see money, or transfers to our reserves, actually. You would see money going to the asset management reserve that we've talked about that finances the capital budget. There's also an amount of about $5 million that goes to the fleet reserve, which finances the fleet budget, fleet capital budget as well. So there's various transfers that we do in the budget to beef up those reserves in order to finance capital in the future. So then there's our materials, supplies, and services of about 18.2 million. And of course, those are fairly self-explanatory. They would be sand and salt for the winter control. There'd be fuel in there. All our utilities are in that category. Then our debt and financial is primarily our debt, principal and interest payments. We finance all of our not all of our capital. We finance a portion of our capital by debenture. And then the revenue or the principal payments and interest are in our operating budget in the corporate area. So we don't split it out between public works and all those things, depending on the category. We all put it in the corporate area for that. And then there's other expenses of about 4.2 million. So then if you look at the other side, which is our revenue, so 136.7 million of our revenue is taxation. So probably almost half of our budget is funded by taxation. We have grants of 61.8 million, and that's primarily, again, in the human services area, where our Ontario Works payments are 100% funded by grants, and as well the childcare agencies are funded by grants. Then the paramedics are funded by grants as well. We have user charges, which are primarily in the community services area for rental of arenas and swimming pool registrations, that sort of thing. And then we have another income of about 10 million. A fairly large amount is put through for investment income. We have increased it quite significantly this year in 2023 due to the increasing interest rates. We've pretty well had a fairly low interest rate probably since 2008. We haven't really seen big movements, but finally we're seeing movements, which is an advantage on the investment side, but not so much of an advantage when you think of your personal situations. But it does bring in probably close to $4 million of all the investments that we have throughout the city. Okay, next slide. So where does the 136.7 million in tax dollars go? And this is more a reflection of the departments where it's where the large expenditures are. Again, Public Works leads the show with 32%, and then Emergency Services is 28%, which you could, which really was reflected in that first slide that I showed you of the amount spent since comparing 2018 to 2023. So we have other areas that utilize some of that tax dollar. Contributions to capital and special projects is about 11%, and human services is about 11% as well. And then the smaller departments come in to use up the rest of the 136.7 million. Next slide. So then, as I stated, we do have grant funding that comes in of about 61.8 million. Majority of that is provincial grants, and federal grants account for 9%. And then we do receive money from other municipalities, primarily Haliburton County, due to the fact that the city is the service manager for Ontario Works and Childcare for the area. So we manage the Haliburton County area as well for Ontario Works and Childcare. So they contribute a portion of the monies that aren't funded by grants. So as you can see in the chart below, the human services makes up the majority of the grants that we have. We do receive an Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, which is it's almost an unconditional grant for the city. We've received approximately 7.5 million from Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. And this has been around, it's been around in different forms since about 2001, but it's a fairly large grant that we receive. It's based on a lot of data, our tax base, as well as the amount of debt that we have, et cetera. So it actually went up this year, so we were quite pleased with that. So paramedic services is the next largest that we receive. We receive 50% funding for all paramedic services. We receive an aggregate resource grant. There's a little bit of money received for waste and recycling. Kawartha Police receives grants. Mr. Found talked about provincial gas tax, and we also have federal gas tax that we bring into the operating for grants. And then we have Human Services receives a small federal grant, and then you can see the recoveries from the other municipalities in that pie. Next slide, please. So the 2023 proposed operating budget didn't miraculously come in at 3%. I know you're shocked, but we didn't just have everyone submit their budgets and it worked out to an easy 3%. It was an exercise where the CAO and myself met with departments to determine if what was in their budgets and what could be reduced if possible. Some of the key drivers that we looked at were salaries and benefits. There were some new positions put forward. The housing agencies have a certain formula that is legislated, so there were increases in that area. The fuel costs went up significantly as an estimate in this budget. I think 1.4 million, we increased the fuel cost given the gas prices at the time when we were doing the budget. I know they've come down a little bit, but I think that it's going to be an issue in 2023 as we go forward. And of course, the inflationary pressures. We're looking at an inflation rate quite a lot higher than we're used to. We usually look at inflation at about 2 to 3%, and closer probably to 2%. So we were looking at various costs, and we did quite an exercise of right-sizing the budget this year as well. So we have managed to bring something that was probably closer to a 10% increase down to a 3% increase. Okay, next slide. So as I've stated, the total budgeted general tax levy increase is 3%. And again, this is not the increase residents will experience on their tax bill. It'll vary across the board. And as well, I should add that there is that 1.5% increase for the infrastructure levy as well. When you get your books, that will be what is there. Next slide, please. So I think Ron is going to do this. So I'll pass it on to the CAO.
That's great. Thanks, Carolyn. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So through you, a couple of sort of themes or messages sort of to kick off the budget process. So the proposed budgets you've heard, they are aligned, very much aligned with and meet our projected rate increases, our various sort of plans and strategies, financial or otherwise. And I really do want to say or reiterate, you heard it somewhat, this was no easy feat. I know you know the environment today, inflationary-wise, post-pandemic, some of the new service areas we've had to shift and move into very quickly. There's delays in goods and services just generally. There's people constraints across all industries. And as you can appreciate, this is prolonging our cycle times, how we would deliver services. Costs are increasing dramatically. And so, again, I think it's really important to understand that coming in at a 3%, as the Treasurer mentioned, we were facing double-digit pressures in the early days of putting this budget together. So to weather this, we're going to continue to recommend some other strategies that you heard, and we'll talk about it more through the process. But the key one being taking those one-time sort of relief grants or funds and investing them back in the business. And what are the needs, not the wants necessarily. That's something that has been happening over the last several years. It was mentioned our reserves. We're very much taking a strategic approach to building and sustaining those. There's many rainy days that we experience now. It's not something that's sort of down there and conceptual anymore. And I got to tell you again, it's served us so well coming out of this pandemic, as opposed to taking some of that one-time relief funding and allocating it to the business at the time, investing in it methodically. Now we're able to tackle some of these inflationary pressures with those contingency budgets that are there. And one of the things that was directed in the last term, and I would strongly recommend continued support for, is this concept of self-reliance. It's not relying on these one-time bailout funds necessarily. They are fantastic to help us sort of in the longer term, but we have to budget prudently and budget sort of within our means, if you will. And that's certainly another message that you're going to see and hear throughout the next set of budgets. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'll just go to the final slides to conclude. So some of the next steps. So we've got a very active program for the budget starting in January. So on January 17th, we'll have a day session where departments will overview in much more detail their operating and capital projects proposed. Again, we'll do 3 departments in the morning, we'll do 3 in the afternoon. On January 26th, we'll conclude the other 3 operating departments in the morning. And in the afternoon, we've invited all of our agencies, boards, and commissions that we fund to come and do deputations or presentations on their 2023 budget requests. So that gets us substantially through January. Very early in February, we'll host a public meeting overall, and that's for any in the public or community groups that want to comment on the budget, make recommendations to you. And then if we go to the next slide, then you'll start in February on your actual budget deliberation dates. So February 14th will be a council meeting all day put aside for capital budget deliberations. We've also put aside February 16th if those deliberations continue. On February 28th, you'll deliberate your remaining budgets. So that's the user rate, water, wastewater budgets, special projects, and operating. And we put aside all day on February 28th for those. If necessary, March 2nd is the overflow for additional deliberations. And so I'll just mention as part of that process, what you don't see, but we will be sending out to you, is any request for information that you need, question and answer. We have a process that you're able to feed into. We can be responsive to you in advance of those deliberations. So stay tuned and look forward to those in the new year. And just on the final slide, Mr. Mayor, the budget is posted electronically now on the city's website. It's available to you. It's available to the public. Please don't leave the building today after the council meeting. Your budget copy is also here to take with you. And then again, starting in the new year, we'll get at it and we'll be responsive to any of your questions or inquiries. And so with that, Mr. Mayor, I just thank you for the time and appreciate it's taken a while, but I think it is important to put some context and it is an important process that you're going to be managing over the next couple months. So thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to the presenters for doing such a good job. I think it was important that we get the information out, particularly to new councillors, so when they get their budget books, they have some idea what they're looking at. So if there are no further questions, we'll move on to item 8.2. Regulate and delegate authority for reduced load requirements for municipal. You want to do a motion to receive? Okay. Before we do that, can I have a motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Deputy Mayor Richardson and Councillor Ashmore. Thank you. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. So now we'll move to 8.2, regulate and delegate authority for reduced load requirements, municipal highways. Presentation, Brian Robinson, and it'll be followed by a report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to council, I'm going to be hopefully a lot more brief than the prior presentation to help the afternoon out. Looking to just have a brief overview on the on what is being presented in the report to follow. Effectively, we're looking at some amendments to bylaw 2016-062, as well as some consolidation of other bylaws. So moving into a little bit of background first, intention of reduced roads. So load restrictions are effectively put in place to protect our roads, to be very short and blunt. We have a lot of roads that were designed to handle highway loading. Other roads have not been, so they're about, I'll get into further detail in the future, but so there's two types really. There's permanent load restrictions, so there's about 20 bylaws in place right now that permanently
year-round restrict weight on roads. And that's really, again, to protect the road structure. And then we have seasonal temporary load, so temporary load restrictions. So that's looking at typically the spring thaws, some other times of year where there's some issues in the fall where we have some rather wet falls, where we have water in the substructure of the road. And again, traditional road traffic on those roads, although designed to handle them on a regular basis, will be damaged by those. So we impose seasonal load restrictions. I guess I can do the next slide then, right? So again, if we look at permanent restrictions, there's over 20 existing bylaws identifying the location limits of those roads. They're all effectively pre-amalgamation bylaws. They've been around for a while. They're hard to find. There's varying numbers in there, some conversion factors that don't really all figure out. We're looking at taking all those and combining them into the current bylaw. Staff have renewed and the existing bylaws and confirmed that they all need to remain in place. The roads haven't been improved since the initial construction. So again, if you look at currently right now, it's difficult for users, operators and so on to know where the restrictions are. Difficult for our bylaw to understand what those restrictions actually are, and then to actually be able to track and identify where they are in the field. As well as the bylaws themselves, they're not the easiest to find. Our seasonal action, based on the conditions in the field that I'm seeing and reporting from all my staff in the field. So within this, if we move forward to the next slide, whoops, I don't know what happened there. I think that's where we're at now, right? So yeah, so proposed consolidation. So what we're looking at doing within the report that's being presented to you is effectively developing a one-stop shop. So it's an improvement over the current situation where we're looking to consolidate the permanent restrictions and the seasonal restrictions into one single bylaw. As roads are improved, we can make amendments to that bylaw, remove and add roads as needed. But effectively, it's a simple approach to consolidate all that. You will see, I guess I should have started with a bit of information, but attached to the report in the agenda, there's attachment A, attachment B. Attachment B is the draft. That document has been updated and is available in your folders. So it's the document as presented right now in the attached agenda has some clarity items that needed to be worked out, and we've done that and provided that document in your folders. The bylaw that is attached to the agenda is the final document and is correct. So moving forward from proposed consolidation, so we are proposing a couple of modifications to the bylaw itself. The delegated authority piece of it. So the first piece is we've updated some of the definitions to reflect accurate to the current Highway Traffic Act, which is the legislation that this falls underneath. Providing some clarity on the exemptions, so to make sure that there's no ability to misinterpret those in the field or by users. So this is probably the biggest one, is enabling restrictions to be imposed at any time of the year. Currently, the bylaw restricts imposition of load restrictions from October to end of May. This will allow us to also impose restrictions at any time of year. And it's, again, weather contingent. Obviously, we're not going to impose for no reason. If something happens, if there's something significant going on, where we're seeing damage to our roads and our infrastructure, we will have the ability to impose that restriction immediately without having to wait for council direction. Updating details and obtaining an exemption permit. So again, those that have an emergency have the ability to request exemption to the load restrictions. It will be reviewed by our staff to determine if the exemption is appropriate and won't cause any negative damage to the road. If that's the case, we will approve it. So we've just provided some additional clarity within the document for that. And also, we've updated the enforcement section so our bylaw and police can properly enforce. And with that, again, very short and brief. If there's any questions, happy to answer them.
Councillor Richardson.
You need to get my name right. No, I'm just kidding.
Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Just kidding.
I'll get it yet.
You'll get it, right? Thank you for this presentation, Director Robinson. I think it's a critical time that we actually make that change and delegate that authority to you, because we do have some growing developments and, weight restrictions with some of our aging infrastructure. So I think this presentation is very timely, and I'm in full support. So I'd move it as printed.
Thank you. I'll get a seconder, and then there are more questions. Councillor Warren. Councillor Ashmore, you have a question.
Thank you. Through you to Director Robinson. Sorry, speak to back to you there. Sorry, but a couple things on the list. When you compile the list, is it at your discretion to add roads to it? I'm looking at the list and I'm seeing offhand County Road 24, Pigeon Lake Road as examples. County Road 24 was built on a railway bed, and it has the strength and the foundation to sustain large loads. However, I give an example. Last year, it couldn't be used. People were building, and they couldn't get a cement truck down there because they had to wait 2 months, and it put them back in building. So roads like County Road 24, Pigeon Lake Road that are not on this list, and that are off this list, and then there's other places like Cedar Glen Road when there's 80,000-pound vehicles that are going down it and pounding it right down to basically almost, to a pulp. And that also appears on some gravel roads towards Omemee, Beaver Road, Esker Road, and Fox Road as examples. How do we leave it to your discretion then to list these roads, or does council have any input in talking to you? And this is sort of where I'm kind of on the fence here, because I think that councillors should have some say as to what roads and some input, because they represent people who are traveling these roads, of which ones are going to be under road restrictions and which ones aren't, because it does have an effect on people trying to travel and to do business.
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Ultimately, this is a council bylaw. It's council's decision what goes into the bylaw. As far as the list of roads that are contained within the bylaw, they are a kind of a culmination of a review between myself and our engineering and corporate assets group, who have the basis of design and structure of these roads. These are a lot of legacy historical roads. If there's interest in council reviewing certain roads, then we can do that. But effectively, this list of roads is a road that is agreed to between Public Works and engineering, as far as the structure and a requirement for some additional restrictions for safety measures. So, and for protection of the road. So. Ultimately, it is council decision if there's direction to go opposite from that list or away from that list. But from a staff perspective, we highly recommend the road and infrastructure that are on that list.
I'd say, Councillor, that if you have some roads you think need to be looked at, you could bring a memo forward and ask staff to review it. Mr. Rojas, did you have something you wish to add?
Yes, thank you. In addition, through you, Mr. Mayor, in addition to Director Robinson's comments, the engineering department does have a program for geotech. We have a couple programs. So we do a roads need study that was done last year that sort of conditions the road, doesn't go underneath the road, but the rideability of the road, the width of the road, the surface elements of the road. This year, we have a tender for boreholes, so geotechnical investigation. We did one, I'm going to say about 12 years ago, where we sampled a whole bunch of boreholes, drilled down in the hole on the road to get the makeup of the road, below the road. So we are currently enacting that program. We haven't started it yet. The boreholes will get drilled most likely in the spring or summer of next year. But if the councillor or council has any roads of interest, we can easily add to our list those boreholes, and then we could provide a report back on the makeup of whatever road you have in question.
But we did work collaboratively with our Public Works Department to come up with those candidate lists of roads that we're going to be doing boreholes on.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Robinson, especially for answering my questions last week prior to the meeting. You've answered them all, and especially the concern that this consolidation will in no way take away from our power to be specific to unique needs as they may arise in different areas of the city. And also that this delegation is from council, so council will continue to have monitoring and oversight over the status, as Director Rojas just mentioned as well. So I look forward to using this new flexibility with you, because weight restrictions and as Councillor Ashmore so eloquently put it, the pounding of roads is certainly an issue in Ward 3. So thank you very much.
Councillor Smeaton.
Just really briefly, Mr. Mayor, through you, I just wanted to say it sounds to me like this is something that a lot of people have put a lot of thought into, and it's going to streamline issues that, in their opinion, are needed to be done. It's going to make for a more efficient service provided by the Director of Public Works. So I echo Deputy Mayor Richardson's sentiments that it sounds like a good thing at a good time. And I think council always has to be, aware. One of the things that's difficult is being perceived as an alleged micromanager versus being an elected representative whose job it is to actually represent the constituency. And riding that line is probably a good definition, maybe even of the job itself. And this sounds to me like a time where you enable a director's discretion to do what he's paid to do. And we move forward. Sounds like a really good thing.
Thank you. And Councillor Yell.
Thank you, and through you to the director. So what kind of reporting mechanisms are built into this? So when you decide to cut the load restrictions, how do we find out? How does the public find out? Communication and reporting, so how's that going to work?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, when we impose restrictions, we release information through our communications department. It's typically through the city's website. That's the timeline for when things are put on. Again, we're monitoring it constantly. We try to proactively put those out as soon as we can. We recognize that this is, the restrictions that are imposed have a significant impact on business, on construction, on activity. So we try to minimize that window as much as possible. We've looked in the past about putting in set dates. It goes on this date, comes off on this date. Our weather's not as cooperative as those set timelines. So we try to pick the dates based on weather, based on forecast, and provide as much notice as possible through the city's website. And then again, when the restrictions come off, we typically do the same communications release through.
Yeah, and follow up if we could. And that's fine, and I understand that part, being in the construction industry. So I'm talking outside of the spring shutdowns, looking at restricting a road in August. And somebody has a large construction project going that's basically a third done, and they're reliant on that road to get that project done. So what happens in a scenario like that?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, again, the decision wouldn't be taken lightly to impose restrictions on a road. If we had a very severe storm or an incredibly wet fall and the road was being damaged by the activity, we have the ability to, or then again, I would have the ability to impact that road. So we would need, or to restrict the weight on that road. So the communication would be the same format. We would put this through our communications group. And roll that through our website. We would notify the local authorities for an enforcement perspective. We have signage that goes up on the roads. So typically when the signs are permanently placed on roads that have permanent restrictions, they're just a flip sign. So it'll say that there's a weight restriction or there's not. So the people driving will see those restrictions as well. If it's a road that's not typically weight restricted because of a certain activity or a certain event, then we would have to go put temporary signage out or something along those lines. So there'll be both the communication as well as the physical in field for those users to see that restriction.
Okay, and I think that part's going to need some work. So I thank you for the answers, and I will have some follow-up after today as far as communicating. Because what I didn't hear in all that answer was consulting with anybody who would be affected by it. I heard signage put up, our communications would put a blurb out like we normally do, and law enforcement would be notified. So there's got to be an avenue in there for consultation with affected people, affected contractors and stuff. And I know this might not happen, but it could happen. So I want to make sure we have all the I's dotted and the T's crossed before it does happen. We went through something very, very small with the bridge in Head Lake, as you know, and although it was a private road, it still gives you an idea how it can affect people. So I just want to make sure we're going on the right path. The right path correctly. I think we're on the right path, just getting there. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a mover and seconder for the presentation. All in favor? Thank you. And we have a report that goes with that, and the motion is that report RD 2022-002, regulate and delegate authority for reduced load requirements for municipal highways, be received, and that the implementing bylaws as provided in Appendix A and B to report RD 2022-002 be forwarded to Council for adoption as amended. Mover and seconder. Councillor Richardson, Councillor Smeet, Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Smeet. All in favor? And that's passed. Move on to item 8.3, which is Drinking Water Quality Management System Review and Endorsement Presentation. And Ms. Amber Hayter will do the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Council. So I'm here today to present to you a little bit of information about the Water and Wastewater Division's Drinking Water Quality Management System. It's a very complex topic, and you'll receive some more information about this in the new year when you get more of an orientation about what each division does, as well as some standard of care training that will outline your roles and responsibility as representatives as the owner when it comes to drinking water. But today I'm just going to focus on the owner's endorsement of our quality management system, just because it is a time-sensitive process. So here to give you a presentation. Ooh. Thank you. So this is just an overview of the presentation. So in Ontario, for every municipal drinking water system, they must have a valid municipal drinking water license that's issued by the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks in order for that facility to be operated and deliver water. There's a couple of components in order for the license to be issued. They're listed there. One of them is a valid permit to take water, a drinking water works permit, a financial plan, an accredited operating authority, and an approved operational plan. So today we're just going to talk about the last two pieces there, the accredited operating authority and the approved operational plan. So every municipal drinking water system has to be operated by an accredited operating authority. So in order to become accredited, the operating authority must implement a quality management system that meets all of the legislative requirements of the Drinking Water Quality Management Standard. So this standard has 21 different elements. And within the element, just a couple of things, they talk about a commitment to, like our commitment in providing safe, reliable drinking water. We talk about competencies and how we meet that so that only licensed and certified operators are operating the systems. Things like our sampling, testing, and monitoring, risk assessments, as well as continual improvement are just a few of the items that are elements within the standard. Accreditation is only granted after we successfully complete an audit of both our operational plan, which is the documented version of the quality management system, as well as how we implement that QMS. So we are audited every year by a third-party accreditation body. Every third year they come on site to do this audit, and the auditor does ask us and reviews how we actually are implementing our documented version of that QMS. So in Kawartha Lakes, we have 2 accredited operating authorities. So as Mr. Found had mentioned earlier, we have 21 municipal residential drinking water systems that are owned by Kawartha Lakes, and the Water and Wastewater Division, so internal city staff, and the Ontario Clean Water Agency share this responsibility as accredited operating authorities. So the Water and Wastewater Division is the accredited operating authority for the Lindsay, Manila, and Sarnia drinking water systems, as well as for all 21 water distribution systems. Aqua is the accredited operating authority for the remaining 18 water treatment facilities, which are located throughout the municipality. So as part of the drinking water quality management standard, one of the requirements is the owner's endorsement. So in order to remain in compliance with the standard and maintaining our accreditation, we must include a written endorsement by the owner of the operating authority's operational plan. So as I mentioned before, the owner of the drinking water systems is the corporation of the City of Kawartha Lakes, which is represented by mayor and council. And this endorsement actually gets signed by the mayor and CAO as representatives of council. This gets endorsed annually by council as well, and has been since its inception in 2011. So what it means to endorse, it's not an approval. The onus of determining whether the quality management system is suitable is not placed on the owner. This approval is obtained by the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, as well as that third-party accreditation body. So we also have to renew our municipal drinking water licenses every 5 years. So we submit all of our documentation to the ministry, which includes a copy of our operational plan, as well as confirmation that we've been accredited each year. The endorsement does, however, demonstrate council support and commitment to the delivery of safe, reliable drinking water, and the acknowledgement that in order to provide safe drinking water, we need sufficient resources to do this, as well as to continually improve the QMS. The owner, our commitments that we've made through our QMS is that we are going to provide safe, reliable drinking water services to our residents and businesses. We are promoting consumer confidence in municipal drinking water, meeting and surpassing applicable legislation and regulations as it relates to the provision of safe drinking water. And we strive to maintain and continually improve the effectiveness of the quality management system in a responsible manner through ongoing review and assessment. I think there's one more slide. Sorry. So just to summarize, obviously an important component of our quality management system is the owner's endorsement of our operational plan. Although this is a requirement for us to remain in compliance and continue being an accredited operating authority, it also shows your continued support and commitment to the delivery of safe, reliable drinking water to our residents in our communities. And that is all, if anyone has any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Henry, for a great presentation and a very detailed report here. It's great. I have 3 questions, though. The first 2 is the shared files and 72-hour trend review. Has that been fixed? Those problems?
Sorry?
Well, in the report here, there was staff were having trouble accessing shared files or finding files in shared. Has that been fixed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it has. So that was identified through an inspector, and this is, so every time we have a non-compliance issue, we do a corrective action report, which is part of our quality management system. So yes, it has been.
And the 72-hour trend review, there's every 72 hours there's supposed to be a check, and it was missed on holiday weekends.
So we still do it on
addressed?
holiday weekends,
Yeah.
but yes, so the legislation requires that we check the trending every 72 hours.
So that's been resolved?
Yes.
Great. One more question, and that is the Lagoon 4 desludging in Lindsay WPCP. It says recommended to desludge every 6 years. That's $1 million to desludge, and yet in the forecast here, we're going to do it every 5 years. So just wondering why we're doing it every 5 if it's recommended every 6 years.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, is that part of the capital forecast, or?
Yeah, I believe
Okay.
so. It's forecasted in 2025 and to be done again in 2030.
I'm not sure why that
Okay.
was put in there. Sorry, I don't have an answer.
Okay. Well, we can address it in 2025, I guess. No, I'm just curious. It's a lot. That's a lot of money, and if it's recommended every 6 years, I'm just curious why we forecasted to do it every 5.
Yeah, I don't, without actually seeing it, it could just be that it was a partial to desludging.
Thank you. No further questions.
Councillor Perry.
Thanks, Mayor, and through you, thanks again also for the very detailed report. It's great to be able to know how these systems actually work. And I do have a few, like Councillor Joyce, a few specific questions, but perhaps in the interest of time, we could chat about those, by phone later this week. Just one thing, though, I know the goal is, you were mentioning promoting consumer confidence in safe drinking water for all residents. So, I would hope you'd be able to take this opportunity. Could you provide just a quick update on the boil water advisory on 55 at Murray Street in Fenelon Falls?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we are still working on resolving the issue. But again, we are doing the best we can to ensure that the residents are safe, and obviously that's why the measures are in place. Aside from that, I don't have any further update at this point.
All right. Thank you. And the communications, the bulletins door to door have been very helpful, and their frequency has been appreciated, I know, by residents. I'll be meeting with some tomorrow, and perhaps I can help inform our conversation later in the week. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Hayter. Thanks for the presentation. Just a question on how we monitor these systems. We've got a huge size difference. You have thousands of people in the Lindsay, Bobcaygeon, Fenelon Falls systems, just to name a few. And then you have really small ones like Victoria Place and one really small one in Thurstonia. And when you have residents ask you, well, the doors are open or they're unlocked, or who looks after them, I guess what I'm saying is that sometimes we want to have confidence in this system and everything's protected and the water is safe. What's the best way to improve communications? Because people ask me what's happening, and I really don't know where to turn to, because do we turn to Aqua? Do we turn to yourself? Or how do we answer these questions to rest assured residents that their water supply is safe and it's monitored regularly? If you could.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, any questions or concerns that residents have can certainly contact the city, and we have various cases, obviously, that can get entered, and we do respond. We are generally the main point of contact, so if we do have to reach out to Aqua, we do that on the residents' behalf. Aside from that, every facility is locked and has security systems. But I do want to just clarify that the system that is in Thurstonia is not a municipally run drinking water system. So I'm not sure if that's the one you're referring to, that maybe the door was open. It's a private system.
It's monitored, it's private, but it has to be monitored and analyzed, is that not right? Like somebody's overseeing it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is now an unregulated system, so the onus is on the residents that are connected to it to look after it themselves.
Learn something new every day. Yep. Seeing nothing else, I need a mover and seconder for the report well, first of all, I need a mover and seconder to receive the presentation. Councillor Yeo, Councillor McDonald, all in favor? That's passed. Now for the report, Drinking Water Quality Management System Review and Endorsement. That report, www.2022-003, Drinking Water Quality Management System Review and Endorsement be received, that the City of Kawartha Lakes Water and Wastewater Quality Management System be endorsed by Council, that the City of Kawartha Lakes Water and Wastewater Quality Management System policy statements be adopted, that the Ontario Clean Water Agency Quality Management System policy statements be received, that the external audit report for the Water and Wastewater Division as the accredited operating authority be received, that the external audit report for the Ontario Clean Water Agency as the second accredited operating authority be received, that the Water and Wastewater Division management review summary be received, and that the Aqua Management Review Summary be received. I have a mover and seconder. Councillor McDonald, Councillor Yeo. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. Moving on to 9.1, correspondence regarding Planning Advisory Committee recommendations. I don't see any correspondence. There is none. So we'll move to 9.2, the Planning Advisory Committee minutes. And we have one extraction that I know of from Planning Advisory. Is there any others? Councillor Smeaton has 936. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. No. What's that? No, he's... Is there any others from the Planning Advisory? Seeing none. That the minutes of the November 30th, 2022 Planning Advisory Committee be received and the recommendations included in section 9.3 of the agenda be adopted, save and accept item 9.3.6. Councillor Warren, seconder. Councillor Richardson, Deputy Mayor Richardson. I'll get it yet? Okay. All in favor? And that's passed. Then it's over to you, Councillor Seaton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, it was just a quick question when we looked through the amendment. There was a small conversation that I wondered, being somebody who is very interested in multi-use trails and active transportation, when I looked at the 5 bullets or so that were there, just wondered what sort of a process might go into guaranteeing that a similar bullet might be placed whenever we're doing. It just seems like the right time in the City of Kawartha Lakes with a lot of development in Ward 5 that it might be nice to have that conversation. And so I I called Ms. Sissons and had a nice chat with her, and it was actually a really great chat. And she explained a lot of the processes that we're learning, and that the different plans are in place with the different departments, and that the way it works is it goes, engineering has their say, and planning, of course, has theirs, and there's a lot of conversations that take place before something goes into writing, something like that. So that was great. And when I spoke to her, mentioned, well, there certainly doesn't seem to be a need for a resolution. She was explaining it's often case by case and development by development, and it was great. And so she encouraged me. She said, but I would keep the extraction. She said, so that Juan can speak to it as well, or whoever's here, the same answer that she gave me, sort of explaining that process, simply because today has been a day of educating a lot of us that are new. And so that's I would have taken away the extraction. I had more than a satisfactory answer in many ways. She was terrific, but it was a good conversation to have exactly how that works if we want to guarantee something like an active transportation piece, to guarantee that, when the public asks, well, is that going to be guaranteed in a new development, that we have that? Those answers actually are there, and I thought I would keep it in for that reason. So that's why I did that.
Thank you. Director Rojas, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yes, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So I did talk to Ms. Sisson. I'm sorry we couldn't connect earlier, but I did try. 3936 is a subdivision agreement template. And it's just that. It's a framework for an agreement to enter into a draft plan of subdivision. 9311, further down, I know it didn't get extracted, but it came to PAC, is the Municipal Infrastructure Design Guidelines. That's where we have all our standards or cross-sections for a variety of different service levels, including on-street bike lanes, multi-use trails, etc. The city is currently doing 2 initiatives that will feed into active transportation. One is the Active Transportation Master Plan through our planning department, and the second one is the Trails Master Plan through Community Services. So once those plans, and they are talking to each other, once those plans align, we will then and endorsed by council, we will then update our municipal engineering design guidelines and implement the appropriate cross-sections within a plan of subdivision. In addition to that, there's the draft plan of subdivision process that all departments comment on. So when you have a greenfield development, through the draft plan process, they propose road configurations, road widths, road treatments, and among other elements, parkland dedication, parkland construction, all of those things. And all departments are circulate and comment on those, and they form the basis of your draft plan conditions. So there are multiple ways of getting active transportations or trails within new development proposals.
You good?
That's great, and I hope I didn't waste people's time. That was exactly what I heard from Ms. Sisson, and I just thought it was very helpful for me. I don't mind asking, as you've encouraged, questions that may seem foolish. Hopefully some people have some answers that I don't feel foolish. I'm glad, and thank you very much for that.
Councilor, Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, I was just actually going to make comment, maybe a recommendation, because there were so many recommendations in that standard operating procedure. It was a great presentation. For me, it could be something that we can look for in the future in the new year, just as a quick recap coming from engineering department, because it was a really good overview and how everything merges. So it's just a suggestion at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Smeaton, did you want to move 936 as printed?
I'm happy to. Sorry, I didn't realize that was something that I should do right now. Yes, I'm happy to move on.
We haven't included it in the motion. So.
Thank you.
Is there a seconder for that? Councilor Warren? All in favor? And that's passed. You want to take 5 minutes or press on? Okay, we'll take 5 minutes. We get back to it? So for the consent agenda, Councillor Yo, you have the consent agenda. Extractions, I have 1011, 1013, 1014, 1015, 1016, 10118, and 10126. Are there any other extractions? For extractions, I have 1011, 1013, 1014, 1015, 1016, 10118, and 10126.
I think you extracted 17 as well.
17, three people.
And 17.
That's the planning service.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if we could extract 1017, if possible.
Councillor Yo. Oh, which one?
1017.
1017?
My seconder is not here right now, so should I change seconders? Okay. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Warren, that all the proposed resolutions shown in section 10.1 of the agenda be approved and adopted by council in the order that they appear in the agenda and sequentially numbered, save and except for items 1011, 1013, 1014, 1015, 1016, 1017, 1017, 1018, and 10126.
All in favor? And that's passed. First extraction, 1011. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to CAO. Just a question, a couple questions. On the list here, first of all, this would only apply to what they call lame duck session. Is that when it only applies, or does it apply to, for example, when we had the Emergencies Act, which was enacted by the provincial government? Not the Emergencies Act federal, but the provincial one when they had the pandemic. And does this kick in there as well, or is it just during the lame duck session?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the listing that's in front of you is solely based on the restricted acts period, so the lame duck period. You have the authority to delegate authority in other periods of time or during emergencies separate and distinct. The previous council did that during the pandemic and then rescinded that at the tail end of that requirement being needed.
Okay, thanks. And the last question was, the last number 22, the Empower program, is that still ongoing, or what is the status of that program? It's a $1 million program. Is it something that carries on in perpetuity, or, you know, when I mean perpetuity, I mean for a term, or how does that work?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thanks for the question. In the new year, we're going to provide council with a broad-based update on what the Empower program is. Essentially, it's just been launched over past few months for sure. And it's sort of that sort of umbrella term for our pandemic recovery efforts. So the previous term of council put aside as part of the relief funding from the province up to $1 million in a reserve for future pandemic recovery initiatives. Could be transferring technology. There was some description of funds previously, but essentially What this is listed for is because we moved it to a reserve, which typically would be we moved it to a special project, which would essentially be a council authority outside of the restricted period. So the direction from the last term of council in establishing this was that mid-2023, we would provide a full report on the annual sort of expenditure. You're going to see that through the budgets anyway, but that was just a flag that it was shifted into a dedicated special project for rollout in 2023.
Councillor Joyce?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Taylor, just looking at the different projects you awarded in this period, I'm just a little bit boggled by approved additional expenditures, such as the detailed design of the Colburn Street Bridge, the construction of the accessible entrance to the Fenland Falls Museum. What's this process? I mean, clearly a budget was, or a bid was submitted, they were approved, and now they're coming for more money. Like, what's going on? Why is this happening?
So through you, I mean, this is probably a good snapshot. You're going to see very quickly how our base budgets don't necessarily meet what our bids, quotes, and the conditions. And when we did the budget overview, I sort of deliberately highlighted the inflationary costs, some of the supply sort of delays. That's all equating into higher costs. And so this is a good snapshot. You're seeing that example. So we had base budgets that were approved, in this case, in 2022, and they were required to be topped up in many cases through our capital contingency or our operating contingency for exactly those reasons. And your observation is bang on. In the last 6 months, those numbers or those increases or inflationary costs are double digits now. They're not sort of in a standard budget contingency anymore. So my comment in the budget's about we need to really put aside where we're finding surpluses or one-time relief support, because you're going to be facing this in all of your budgetary approvals in 2023. So that's kind of the long side of it. The ones that you described as well, there's also shortages of contractors, so we don't tend to be getting as many competitive bids, for example, and then the work that needs to be done is in some cases at a premium because you're bringing in sort of trades to get these projects done. So hopefully that kind of covers the themes.
It does, to a point. I mean, some of these increases are 50% of the original budget. I come from a business background, and if I presented this to my employer, I'd be hauled up on the carpet for sure to explain why I need an extra 50% on any particular project. 10% is one thing. I just find it stunning. That's all. So.
I think when we do the budgets and we do estimates of what a project's going to cost, then when it comes time to do the project and we go out for the bids, these are the kinds of things that happen, especially now, and that's why you're seeing those kinds of increases. No one likes it, nobody wants it, but it's a reality, and the question is, when you're partway through a project, are you going to abandon it? So I think we'll probably see that more going forward, even as we do our budgets for this year and when we get into the actual work next year. So, Councillor Ashmore, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, just through you to Councillor Joyce, that's an excellent question. Just referring to these big ticket items for Omimi, there's 3.7 million and there was 415,000. We were under the gun. We had to get this tender out. We had to, as Dr. Fallon could probably explain, we had to match it with a Connecting Links grant, and that was sitting there, $3 million. I'm not sure, it may have jeopardized it, but I don't think it would, but it was really crucial that we had to get this had to get this contract out, or we wouldn't have been able to start the Omimi project. But those monies were allocated in the budget previously, and that's why they're there. But just thought I'd point that out. But I mean, have good questions. But we were under a strict timeline because we were just down to a matter of days, I think, as to whether this project would go ahead this year. So at least we've got the first phase done. So it's an example about how it sped up the process, if anything. So that's it.
Councillor Smeaton?
Just real quick, Mr. Mayor, through you, it was number 21 that I had a question about as well when I was looking through this, and by asking before the meeting, I pretty much had my answer. But the additional expenditure when it comes to planning, if it was a bridge being built, I think it's easier to explain, because people see the building and they would see an additional, in this case it was $350,000, I think, and they would say, oh, well, that was probably for supplies. I've seen the bridge being built. So in a case when it's design, is there any way that could just be explained? Because it was explained well to me, because that was a puzzling thing for me. Wow, an additional $350,000 and it's just being designed as opposed to being built. So maybe just for the public and it's an optics thing.
CAO or director?
Sure, maybe I'll start, and there's staff here that can sort of talk about the specific projects, because the other one I think I heard Councillor Joyce talk about was the museum project, and sort of that sort of escalation, the accessibility, I think, project that was there. Was that one of the two that were standing out?
Yeah, I just identified.
I apologize. The bridge specifically is number 21. Sorry. I just said number 21. Sorry.
Yeah, I identified two projects. Just I don't look at, it could be $35 or $3.5 million. What I look at are percentages. And so the $350,000 overage on the Colburn Street Bridge represents 50% of the original budget. If the original budget was $3 million, I wouldn't be bringing it up to talk about, because then it would represent only 10% overage. So that's what I'm looking at. And I just wonder about the bidding process. If we're off so much, something's wrong at the front end to get us, at the final delivery of these projects.
Sure. No, and through you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate that. So I wanted to clarify, because I was providing sort of general updates with respect to the cost pressures on the overall projects. I would agree with you. When you see a 50%, that's going to raise flags, right? For sure. And I would agree with that. I guess what I was wanting to understand was which one stood out, because there's always a story to tell, ultimately. So maybe I'll start with, I'll refer over the Colburn Street Bridge, maybe to Director Rojas for that sort of budget explanation.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So you're absolutely right. When we budget during the budget process, it's an estimate. And anywhere between 10 to 15 is industry standard, and we strive to achieve that. If you look at past budget reports, prior to 2022, we were bang on. We were budgeted, we were rarely over budget. And that can be seen in your capital close report that's coming up later. So if you compare past history for the last 12 years I've been here, those are the numbers we sort of get. Sometimes we come over budget, but it's a rarity. There's an extreme exception in 2022. And I'm going to say any tenders that we closed past March or April of this year all came in over budget, which is an anomaly. A couple reasons for that. I don't want to blame COVID, but there is staffing issues. We see staffing issues with the City of Kawartha Lakes, and our consultants and our contractors are experiencing those same staffing issues. So the competitive process isn't there, even if you go back 2-3 years ago. So that's a large component of it. Also, the regulations have changed. We've talked about Bill 23, Bill 108, Bill 109. Those are not unique. Other regulations have changed that make the process more stringent for whatever it is. In particular for environmental concerns crossing over natural water courses. The municipal class EA has changed, which all factor into the price. So at the time of budgeting for this project, we approved this budget in
November of 2021, and then we awarded it in September, October of 2022. So a year later, so everything compounds to, I know it's a large number, 40 to 50% over budget, but I'm going to say it's an anomaly. And typically, we look at the programs. So we do more than one bridge a year. So in your capital budget, under the bridge program, we're going to have 3 or 4 bridges. It's common to have maybe one over budget, but then the rest under budget. So globally, you're okay. Again, there's been an anomaly in 2022, and my concern is that's going to carry over into 2023. I don't think we're out of it yet. So it's a matter of cost estimating closer to when you're going to tender to minimize that variability in the market.
Thank you. It also speaks to supply chain issues, which is global.
Do you want to move the recommendation, Councillor Ashmore? Okay.
Yep.
Seconder? Deputy Mayor Richardson. Hey. All in favor? And that's passed. Next extraction is 1013, and that's my extraction. And the reason I extracted it is because this is a capital closed report, and I think certainly new councillors, you will be seeing this quarterly. So I thought it would be a good opportunity for you to look at it and get an understanding of what it means. And our treasurer, Ms. Daines, is going to expound on that.
Thank you, Mayor Elmsley. So the capital close report is, we passed the capital budget, and as Director Rojas and the CAO have spoken about, you're never going to have a capital budget item that comes in exactly on the total budget. So say the budget for a road is $1 million. It's very rare that it comes in at $1 million. Sometimes it comes in lower, sometimes it comes in higher. So this is just reconciling those overages and underages in the capital budget reconciliations. So we do have a capital close policy. We are currently updating it right now, but our capital close policy says that we have 2 quarter reports, Q3 and Q4, where we look at all the projects. We send out the Excel spreadsheet to all of the departments and say, where are you at with all your projects? Can we close any of these? Do we need money to close them? Is money going to go back to a reserve? And so we do that process twice a year. There used to be an issue way back in the beginning at amalgamation where the projects seemed to go on forever. Like you'd have a roads project go on for 3 or 4 years. And so we put a limit, a deadline in the capital close policy where each project, unless it was multi-year and determined at multi-year at the capital budget process, that it had to be finished within 18 months. So you're seeing a lot of resolutions there to extend the deadline for some of the projects because they're going to go over that 18-month window. They're going to go into 2020, to the end of 2023 or the end of 2024. And some of those are supply issues. Some of those are just issues that they've gotten into the project and realized that there's some legislative costs that they have to incur first before they can move on with the project. Now, we do have 2 specific capital reserves, and I talked about one today in the budget presentation called the Asset Management Reserve. And the Asset Management Reserve is used exclusively at capital budget time to fund those capital budgets. We do have a reserve called the Capital Contingency Reserve, which is the reserve that if the project is over or under, we either draw from the Capital Contingency Reserve or we put money back in the Capital Contingency Reserve to support other projects that might have deficits in the future. So we do have a balance in that reserve. And so you'll see that In the case of this report, the money's going back, approximately just over 200,000 is going back into the capital contingency reserve. And that would be a net number. So there'd be surpluses, there'd be deficits, and we take the net number and we either put it back in or we take it back out of the reserve. There are other funding sources that are used. And in most cases, we'll see that there's a resolution to put money back into those reserves. However, if we use a obligatory reserve, which is something like a development charge or parkland in lieu or anything like that, those funds are put back into the reserve based on the percentage of development charge funding, et cetera, that are used in those projects. So we are going to be looking at the deadline to complete projects as part of the update of the capital close policy, and that will come to council probably by the end of Q2 in order to facilitate some of these resolutions where you see all these projects being extended. In a way, it's become a little bit of a make work project. So we're just wondering if 18 months is the right number or if maybe it's 24 months. So we're just going to be investigating that as we move forward. So having said that, are there any specific questions about what I've stated and what you see in the capital close report?
Councillor McDonald.
Yes, thank you, through you, Mayor. Yeah, just a question. By delaying, as we just heard a few minutes ago, by delaying these projects and stuff like that, obviously it's going to cost a lot more money. If these projects are going to go through, wouldn't it be smarter to get them done sooner than later?
I'm going to defer to Director Rojas for that. He tends to deal with the bigger projects. Oftentimes there's just things that have to be done prior to tendering out, but I will let him explain some of the anomalies that we find as to the delays in some of these projects.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So it's important to note that this report is a Q2 2022 capital close report. So if you look at the headings in Appendix A, B, and C, in particular C, the total remaining budget was as of June 30th, 2022. So for example, Omimi is a perfect example. Downtown Omimi there's a lot of money identified still in Omimi because the finance only goes to June, end of June of 2022. Since then, we've spent a lot of money in downtown Omimi. So a lot of these projects have been awarded, are just not reflected here. It's my understanding that the Treasury Department or Finance will be coming with a Q4 2022 capital report. As Ms. Daines mentioned, we report every other quarter. So the Q4 2022 capital close report, I think, is targeted for either February or March. We'll have a more up-to-date expenditure. But I know when I went through the engineering projects, a lot of them have been awarded and are ongoing. They're just not reported here because the deadline, the cutoff reporting date is June 30th of 2022.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Carolyn. Just looking at the chart, for example, urban arterial resurfacing, we have 40% that's remaining. Life cycle management, I know there's one road in Clearview Road, just to give you an example, familiar with, in Chilor Park, but there's many more. Just wondering, we had phenomenal weather this year in 2023 for construction. Maybe it goes back to the last question. Can we get these tenders out earlier, and can we, start construction, rural resurfacing, all this work? Can it be started earlier than trying to crunch at the end of the year, when we don't know what we're going to get weather-wise? So is there any way we could start it earlier?
Sure. Through you to the councillor, I think I'm going to have to defer that to Director Rojas again. He's the one who would be tendering for these projects, so I'm not sure. Again, I do caution that this is at June 30th, 2022. The reason why it's coming to you now is because there was a lot of reserve authorizations in here, so we wanted to hold off to the new council could see it. So I'm sure it's probably going to be complete when he says it's, it's going to be complete by December 30th, but I'll let him speak to that.
Just before that, Director, point out, Councillor Ashmore, that the ones you're looking at are, the extension is only granted to the end of, like, 2 weeks from now, and then they're done.
Yeah, some of these, for an example, the life cycle extension, we approved it in December of 2021, and it's going to be pushed to 2023. That's what kind of concerned me, because
Okay.
we're 2 calendar years behind.
Direct.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So just for clarification, let's use the life cycle extension as an example. That was in the 2022 capital budget. The 2022 capital budget was approved in November of 2021. So on a non-election year, the capital budget usually gets approved a month or two before the end of the year for the following year. So your Councillor Ashmore is correct. That capital budget was approved in, say, November of 2021, approved for 2022. In our capital close policy, we have a year and a half, so 18 months to complete the work. So it automatically gets the 2022 capital program. We have until June of 2023 to approve globally. If we pass by that 18-month window, then we have to report on it and ask for an extension, ask for some clarification, whatever it is. So as I said before, a lot of these projects that were approved in 2021 for the 2022 budget have been tendered, have been completed, or will be completed before June of 2023. So there's really not all of them, but the majority of the roads ones fall under that category. Oh, sorry, and in a non-election year, or sorry, in an election year, which is right now, our budget gets approved 2 months post the new year. So there's always going to be a little bit of delay on an election year, just following an election, because we can't get tenders out until February or March of that given year. On non-election years, we try to get tenders out right after the budget's approved. So for roads projects, the majority, I'm going to say 80% of our tenders are released prior to March of that budget year.
Councillor Richardson. Deputy Mayor.
It's all good, just going back to that life cycle. So if we're at 40% at the end of June, what would you say your percentage is right now? Because I know that November was amazing for you to catch up on some roads. So I'm just wondering what percentage we did end up at the end of the year with. Thanks.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So not having the financial book in front of me or the database, I'm going to guess we're easily at 85 to 90% complete. I know a lot of our rural, and we were working right until the first or second week of November, shouldering. There was a few members of council that also reached out to me, and I believe we got, I'm going to say easily over 90% complete this year. There's very little carryover till next year.
Can I get a mover and seconder for that the capital projects identified in Appendix A to report Corp 2022-010 be approved to be closed due to completion, and that the balances in the table below and provided in Appendix A be transferred to the corresponding reserves, and that Corp 2022-010 2022 Quarter 2 capital close be received. Councillor Richardson, Councillor Perry.
I think you didn't include the actual extensions. I know it's multiple pages, but...
And that the following projects be granted an extension to June 30th, 2023, and that the following projects be granted an extension to December 31st, 2023, that further projects be granted an extension to June 30th, 2024, and that the following project be granted an extension to June 30th, 2025, that the following projects be granted an extension to December 31st, 2025, and that the following 3 projects be granted an extension to June 30th, 2027. Are you still good to move that, Councillor Richardson? Councillor Perry? All in favor? And that's passed. The next extraction is 1014, proposed amendment to bylaw 2018-234, consolidated fees bylaw. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions here. I'm not sure who I should, is Linda's here or? Oh, there she is. There we go. Okay. Some of these fees that are proposed to be increased, like they're fees that are acceptable given, you know, the inflationary times. But when I look at some of the amounts here, like fees for taxi licenses up 70%, fire inspection fee for building 90%. And it's a big chart here, but I do remember reading patio license fees are going up 298%. Is this going to go over well? I don't know. I haven't had a lot of people have much backlash on it, but I just think it seems quite high. I know things never stay the same, but what was the rationale to increase it such amount? And those, just as those examples, just wanting to know what the reasonings were, if I could.
Ms. Liotti? You're on mute. Can't hear you.
Okay, here we go. Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. So in total, just I guess for an educational purpose, as many of the new councillors haven't seen this piece of legislation before, but the consolidated fees is really a cost recovery mechanism. And so I collaborate with each department and business unit, and they provide their respective costs, whether they be a hard cost, i.e. if it's a particular fee or service that we have an outside contractor, plus supplemented by internal administrative costs. So as an example, Councillor Ashmore raised the taxi license fare rates. So the tariff cards went from $3 to a $10 cost. And again, it was cited by the business unit that it's really to recover additional staff effort. So there could be some different policies or an administrative time that's involved in issuing that particular tariff card. I know you also referenced the patios. The patio charge actually was waived during COVID, so for 2020 and 2021, and it's just cycling back on. So that's why you're seeing such a large increase on that particular line item. But overall, the message is that this is really, any of these fees that we delineate through this bylaw is really for the city to recover costs that we incur to provide these goods and services to our residents.
Thanks for that. I see the rationale, but you use the word recover. I'll give you an example. The patios, the restaurants, I mean, they're still recovering, and you know, to bring this back for this year, maybe in another year or so, but this has been I'm not singling out one particular industry, but it certainly is an example that, you know, we really shouldn't be, you know, imposing this increase back onto these businesses so fast. That's just my comment. I'm not sure. I'll see how the discussion goes.
Thank you. You will recall that we have waived the patio licenses for the last 3 years. So I have Councillor Warren.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I have some concerns. I just wrote down a few going through it. It's quite a long list, but the deeming bylaw went from 416 to 832. That's a big increase. Also, liquor licenses went up, and also, we don't have a cat bylaw, I didn't think yet. So, should it be in there? That was a question. Internment's gone up too, quite a bit. So, those are my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, you just passed the cat bylaw in the consent agenda.
A couple of meetings.
Do you want me to speak generically to someone?
So again, through you to the councillor, Mr. Mayor, is there were some conversations back and forth with the business unit with regards to the internment changes. And those were really part and parcel of a third-party contractor, plus the additional costs that we incur to pay this third-party contractor. So that's why you're seeing that changes. We're paying more for those services.
CAO, do you want to comment?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, I guess a couple of just general comments. I guess number one, I would suggest that we are not fully cost recovering in many of these areas, quite frankly. Some of them are writing better those services, but it's very rare that we're getting 100% cost recovery in a lot of these business units. One of the ones that you mentioned, I think, was the deeming bylaw. And although I appreciate that, percentage-wise, it's a big leap, but it's also a cost avoidance to not have to go through other processes in lieu of it, is just my understanding of it, and that it's actually a streamlined way for certain applications to be processed rather than a conventional sort of consent. So it just, I think part of it is partial cost recovery, but some of them are to enhance some of the processes. And then the third comment was, in some cases, we've suspended or recommended sort of freezing fees, at least in the heart of the pandemic. And we do have to start coming back to balancing sort of the business and cost recovering as best that we can. And so I think that's what you're seeing in here. Last comment is that in the general fees, so ones that aren't necessarily cost recovery, but they're a sort of standard charge, the council policy recommends increasing annually by CPI. And we wanted to make it very clear that we think, based on some of the comments that we're hearing, it's confirming. We have to find that sort of sweet spot where it is somewhat affordable and sustainable. So rather than increasing right across the board, 8 and 9% increases, we're recommending 3% in alignment with our budget mandates as well. So all combined, I think you are seeing some of the anomalies. Some are big leaps, some are still holding, and then in between, there's sort of a moderate approach to the fee increases.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, Manager Liotti, thank you very much for the information and for taking time to provide answers to some of my questions in preparation for this afternoon's meeting. And I want to commend your efforts to keep things, as the CAO just mentioned, within a 3% range on most items. It's just some of the fees that are related to teaching swimming and lifeguarding. Others are, as Councillor Warren mentioned, burial fees. And these are real increases that affect real people, especially for ceremonies and services at time of death for people's loved ones. It's not affordable for a lot of people, and the increases are substantial. Just really 3 questions procedurally, if you could. We do have a budget process coming up. If we're increasing to provide revenue, is that not the domain to bring forward enhanced revenue through increases and have the discussion there? Also, you had mentioned that these increases are in the context of a $27.9 million revenue stream. And I'm just curious, is that with the increases or without that $27.9 million revenue stream? And I guess last but not least, I was asking about what the formula was for for these increases, how it was decided. You and the CAO have mentioned cost recovery. You'd mentioned that there wasn't really a formula provided by each department. to calculate the increase, but for the cost recovery, were calculations done about the increased demand, the extra hours multiplied by the hourly rate, those kinds of considerations, or were these, kind of simply more estimates based on the past? Thank you very much.
Ms. Liotta?
Through you to, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So in terms of your question about the internment fees, again, we did have an exchange. We use an outside contractor for those fees. And again, I appreciate what you're saying in terms of additional costs per residence. I believe that the business units do their due diligence in discerning what costs can be passed on and what costs can be absorbed through their own operating budgets. That is the one that sort of did go up marginally in terms of setting the flat marker. Your second question was the percentage increase and the projected 2023 revenue as a result of these fees. So that is a projected number that is going into the operational budget. And so that number does have a placeholder for this 3% increase. So that informed that particular number going into the budget piece of 27.9. And then your third question was the formula and whether there's actually costing. So again, this engagement with the business units, they operate their budgets. And so as they go through and discern best practices, how the delivery of either providing the service or this good to residents changes, they would then formulate all those costs and provide them to me. So it's my expectation, and we've had this conversation this year, particularly as CEO Taylor mentioned, is we did see that over just historically the last few years, in 2020 we had a 1.7% increase. In 2021 there was no increase because of the effects of COVID, and actually CPI was trending down. Last year was a 4% increase, and again that was a marginalized increase when we look at what was happening in terms of market increases. And then this year we've got an 8.8 CPI trend, and the city is basically doing the responsible, taking the responsible action of looking at what actually is our budget, our operating budget going to increase, again proposed, and looking at a 3% change. And so it was in that context that this was delivered to each respective business unit to take a look at their fees and discern what was changing, why it was changing, and to delineate those specifics. Now, they go through the exercise of looking at, is it an outside contractor? Is it administratively? That's an administrative cost, i.e. is it staff? What sort of inputs are they reviewing to actually look at the cost increase? So what you're seeing is the final product in the consolidated fees bylaw.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate the time and effort and the information. Like Councillor Ashmore, I share a concern about the timing and about how residents are already feeling the increased cost of living. And we do have a budget process coming up in the new year to perhaps have a more fulsome consideration of things like this that are important in people's lives and increases for local fees. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I actually think I take a different tact on this. I think it was a commendable job on your report. If you look back to 2019 and compound inflation, and I will dispute one thing though, we're not at an 8.8% inflation rate, it's more closer to 8%, but still rather high. If we go back to 2019 and compound inflation to today, to the end of 2022, it will be 12.5%. So the fact that you've been able to freeze fees and hold fees and check fees as you've done, I think is very commendable. I actually would have supported a 4% increase. I like to meet people halfway. So if inflation's 8% this year, I figure 4% is still a really good bar. So 3% is excellent. I have one exception though, and that is the interment and cemetery charges. To align with increased contractor costs, can we not shop around for a different contractor? Because these are, some of it doesn't make sense. So I think if we could just change contractors.
We'll get Director Shanks to address that.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council. We actually do. So we don't have one set contractor. We utilize a number of different contractors across the city to perform many of our cemetery service responsibilities. So we have, not only do we have a number of different contracts out there just based on the sheer geography of the city and needing to use them, but we go out to tender or RFP and quotes often to make sure we are getting the best bang for our buck on costing. So it's already done, and the increase is, as is stated within the report, and thanks to Manager Liotti for putting it together. The increase is based on cost recovery, not full 100%, but to ensure that we are, at very least, getting back the dollars that are required to pay the contractors to provide the services.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. I thank you very much for the report, and I'm lining myself a lot with Councillor Joyce on this one based on the inflation that we have seen. You know, a lot of these services that we do provide to our residents, you know, it's driven. We've got higher utility bills, we have higher fuel bills, we have higher wages bills. And, you know, running a business, I know myself, I've just gone through the process looking at how I'm providing a product and how I'm providing a service next year, and looking at all those compounding outside factors that are making me make determination how I'm going to move my business forward. And when it comes to the one fee that we've mentioned, the cemeteries anymore, there's less burials. So it's becoming a lot, a smaller subcontractor pool. So they are getting a override on that service. That's a big reason why you'll see that huge spike at that time. So at this time, I know it's not what we want to do, but honestly, it's costing us, you know, more to run our house. It's going to cost us more to run the city. And if we're providing these services, we're going to have to make these decisions. So I'm supporting the report.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
My question was to you, Mr. Mayor, like, is there any way to have proposed a motion to defer until the operating budget time? Because I think we've only seen this for less than a week. The agenda came out Wednesday, so we've only seen it for 6 days to digest all this here. I think, you know, to be fair to the folks out there, and to us as well, and to staff, that we take a bit more time and look at these numbers. I'm proposing that, if that's possible.
I think a motion to defer is not debatable.
No, it's not, but he needs a second.
You need a seconder. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Perry. And when are you deferring it to?
Say February.
Oh.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, through you, I'll just flag that by deferring it, the reason it was brought forward today is because they're establishing fees for Jan 1 of 2023. And so we would, at least if you're deferring it, need some follow-up direction, or you would be essentially carrying over 2022 fees in their entirety until that deferral time period. Just clarification.
Thank you. So do you want to add that to your motion? To defer and to carry over the current fees until February?
That'd be fine, yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll do the deferral first and we'll come back to that after. So a motion to defer is not debatable. All in favor of deferring? And that fails. I have a motion to move as printed. Councillor Yeo, Councillor Joyce, all in favor? And that's passed. Our next extraction is 1015. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I just have a question with the high water and mandatory service connection. During my campaign, I do have some people that are not hooked up to city water or septic, and they still get a water bill, and they still get mandatory for septic also. So I guess my question is could you educate me why people are getting bills when they don't use the water and use the septic?
We'll go to the expert. Director Robinson, would you like to answer that?
Sure, I'll do that. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the mandatory connection is a process that started, well, many municipalities have implemented years ago. It's really a requirement for where municipal servicing is available for residents to connect to that service. We've gone through many different iterations and processes within our group. Council could have opted to simply just require people to connect. There's costs associated with connection, private side services, public side service connections, etc. Our council opted ultimately through many different iterations to not require immediate connection to services, but to recognize that the services are there to the benefit of the landowners. They're available for fire protection, it's there available, it's increasing property values, et cetera, et cetera. So the ultimate resolution within mandatory connection for water systems and wastewater systems is to not require them to connect it immediately, but at the time of failure of their existing septic bed or their well, they'll be required to connect. But in the meantime, to recognize the benefits incurred to the landowner, there is a $50 fee, I think per service, per bill. I believe that's the current fee right now. But that is the general reason, is that, again, through many iterations and discussions with council, ultimately the decision was to not require immediate connection, but to require the fee, recognizing that infrastructure is there to their benefit.
Thank you. So the fee is that they aren't paying for water, it's just a fee that is available for them when they need to hook up, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So in essence, again, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, in essence, we're providing, we have infrastructure in the ground in the place in front of their business, so there is a cost associated with like long-term operational maintenance and replacement of that. So their contribution towards that infrastructure is that nominal fee that was settled upon by council.
Okay, thank you. And just another one on that one. There's also a committee for an appeal. And it looks like, are we asking for that committee to be dissolved?
I'll answer that. Yes, we are. There was a high water bill and there were some changes made. Ms. Liotti could probably expand on that. But basically what will happen is if there is an appeal now, they will come directly to council.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like to move the recommendation?
Sorry, yes, I'd like to move the recommendation.
Oh, sorry, I got some other people who want to weigh in on this, apparently. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, and Councillor McDonald. I was initially really wanted to question the same thing. Why were residents who are not hooked up being forced to pay for a water bill? But you said a key word here. That's fire protection. So these are working fire hydrants in front of their homes is part of the infrastructure.
Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, not all systems are fire rated, but the municipal drinking water systems, Fenland, Bobcaygeon, Lindsay, are all rated for fire protection. So again, it's a recognized overall benefit of having that infrastructure available. And again, council could have opted in accordance with the legislation to require them to connect immediately. There would have been significant costs and implications to those residents to convert their systems. So again, the concession that council made was to defer the connection to the time when their private infrastructure fails to the point where they need to either install a new septic bed, So instead of installing a new septic bed, they'll connect to the wastewater system.
Yeah.
Instead of installing a new well, they'll connect to the water system.
No, I understand that. It's just residents who are not connected, as you can imagine, are not happy paying for a water bill. They don't consume water, or they have a septic bed. They don't use the sewage. But that's why just the fire protection is interesting. That gives them value for what they're paying. So if there's working fire hydrants in front of their homes, that changes the dynamic. Thank you.
Councillor Ashmore.
I think you were first. Just what Councillor McDonald was saying. It's not just, and he brought a point about Lindsay, of course, but in Omemee, there's instances on Walnut Street, just as an example. So it's all over. It's in Oakwood, it's in Lindsay, it's in Omemee. Just as examples, I think there's hundreds of people who are being charged for a service that they're not using, and they may use it down the road, but they shouldn't be penalized because it's right in front of their place. If I don't want gas in front of my place, if I don't want to utilize natural gas, if I want to burn oil, I should have that right. And but nothing against gas, but I'm just saying this is similar. You have a infrastructure that's set up, but people are getting really whacked, especially in Omemee, because they're putting it on their taxes, and it's really starting to add up, fees, and it's pretty frustrating. But I think it's just the forced action that we impose on people. They should have the choice, and that's just sort of where I stand. I was on the committee. It was a good committee, but everything does come to council at the end of the day anyway, so I can certainly support that, but I still feel that we've got some issues here with this, and it's not going to go away. So I can assure you this is not going to go away, and people are persistent, so we should really get this rectified sooner than later.
If you're not hooked up to hydro and it runs in front of your property, you're going to get a bill. So there are other examples where people pay for a service and don't get that service. We at least are providing a service in terms of fire suppression and availability for when they may need to hook up. So, anyway, Councillor Smeaton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I have a question. If I was living on the south side of Highway 36 when it was ops, not Lindsay, where you couldn't have been connected because the connection's across the street, were they protected from fires through the fire department?
Well, they always will be, yes.
Were they then though, without having any service hookup, they were still, like the fire service still would have been fine if they had a fire, they would have had water coming to them, right?
Right, that's why we have $500,000 pumper trucks.
Exactly. So I can certainly see why somebody living in that house now who still has a well and every possible way of their waste being treated on their own, when they hear that their bill will be a $200 a year fire hydrant bill, whereas somebody else has a $200 a year bill for water, they're instant, and there's many constituents of Ward 5 who have come to me and said, Eric, I'm sorry, but I need you to really see it for what it is. It's as cut as dried as I do not receive this service and I pay $200 a year for it. And when I bring up the fire hydrant, and I did, when I bring up that issue, they say, I'm not so sure that that's exactly right. So I just would like some further explanation. Is it true that some people are paying $30 every 3 months to have access for a fire hydrant because they're very happy to not access the water that's across the street, by the way, not running in front of their property like hydro? And they say to me, yeah, I understand your argument, and this one's mine. There are 82-year-olds who pay into the education system. They pay taxes. Their benefit for that is significant. We raise a culture, we raise a society through school systems where people learn how to achieve and have self-discipline and get jobs and get employment. They don't argue that fee because they understand that they are reaping a benefit from that even though they don't go to school. And I just for the record have to say that I've been listening to a lot of Ward 5 constituents. They find this extremely frustrating, and I've done the research I could do, and I agree with them. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Just quickly, this was being debated many years, and it's kind of the individual versus the whole. So it's, you know, if the water and wastewater go by your place, it makes sense to hook up to it because it brings down the cost for everybody. So that was kind of the idea about it, that's why people should hook up. So that it's been a debate for years, and yeah, some people don't want to be told what to do, but it was for the greater good. If people decided, well, most people decide I don't want to hook up, then the cost of water and wastewater would go way up for the rest of the people who have hooked up. And there may be some time when your septic system fails, or you know you've got infiltration into your water, into your well, and you've got E. coli, and maybe you do want to hook up, but it's also a safety issue too. So that was, going back, that was the debate that I remember anyway.
Director Robinson.
So just through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, I just want to, I provided a very, very ripped down Coles Notes version of the history here. There's a lot of history, and if councilors are interested in learning more about the matter, I encourage you to go back through the probably dozen reports that are on this topic. Learn the history. If you're looking for information, I'm more than happy to walk through it with you. You know, ultimately, it's a council decision. It's a process that's been implemented across the province. I think we're one of the, if not the last, to have the debate. It is not an easy topic because it's really, you know, pushing infrastructure into homes where people maybe don't want it, but it is ultimately the best decision for both the municipal drinking water system and the long-term, you know, safety and security of residents having, you know, a secure potable drinking water source as opposed to potentially private well contamination and you know, a septic system that's maybe contaminating the local groundwater, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot of information there. I want to be clear that the report in front of you is not looking to change the mandatory connection bylaw processes or anything. It's simply talking about the appeals committee related to people that are mandatory, that qualify under the bylaw and are required to connect. Those processes that we're looking to do, instead of taking them to the interim committee, asking for relief, and then coming to council, because of the changes to those two bylaws historically, we're just simply asking those requests for relief to come directly to council because it's the appropriate forum anyways.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and I was just actually going to bring that point forward from Director Robinson that we were dealing with the appeals committee. And also just for the record too, did we not in the past council do a reduction on that mandatory hookup?
We did.
Want to just, can we just say what the rates were and what they are now so folks know?
Originally the rates were the fixed charge for either water or wastewater, and we made it a static charge of $50. So, can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Yeo, Deputy Mayor Richardson, that the proposed amendments to bylaw 2018-234, that dissolution of high water bill adjustment and mandatory service connection appeals committee be received, that council dissolve the high water bill adjustment and mandatory service connection appeals committee, and that section 2.05 of the bylaw 2014-255 be amended to read, any appeals or requests for exemptions from section 201, 202, and 203 of this bylaw shall be forwarded to council for consideration, and that section 24.00 of bylaw 2021-162 be deleted in its entirety, and that staff be directed to bring forward any adjustment or exemption request that falls outside of the policy to council via a council report, and that the amending bylaws in Appendix A and Appendix B to Report Corp 2022-012 be brought forward to council for adoption. Mover and, we have a mover and a seconder. All in favor? Thank you. That's passed. Our next extraction, 10.16, Councillor Ashmore.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I got my questions answered about what they were about the possibility of maybe leasing vehicles instead of purchasing them, and and the expensive method of purchasing where you have to, you have depreciation and all that, and whether that's an option. And I was assured that they'd be looking at that in the future. Also, like, I'm sure Blue Mountain Chrysler is a great company, but it would be nice if we could weigh more. We could try and, I don't know how this criteria is for local vendors, but it sure would be nice if we could get some local vendors that could win these contracts, whether Chrysler or Ford, GM, any other manufacturer around here, domestic, foreign. They have a lot of jobs here in this area, and there should be some weighted advantage to being local, but I'll leave it at that.
It does fly in the face of our purchasing policy and laws, so I don't know.
I know we can't change it, but I'm just putting that out there. It's my comment.
Are you moving the recommendation?
Maybe not.
Okay. Councillor Joyce, you wanted to say something?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'm with Councillor Ashmore. We talk about shop local, and this flies in the face of it, and I'm concerned about public pushback on this. And we got a lot of dealerships in town. I guess, can we not go back to them and ask them to put a better bid together?
Director Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to council. I'm going to have a quick word to this, and then, if possible, may ask Supervisor of Purchasing Lana to have a quick feedback as well. But effectively, what you're asking for is against legislation. There's laws that prohibit bonusing local suppliers through tendering processes. All of our tendering processes are open public tenders. We notify all the local potential vendors that the tenders are out and available for them to bid on. It's really up to them if they want to bid on it. This particular case, we received one bid, although all the local suppliers were aware. So we go through an open, fair public tendering process, and this is ultimately the company that was successful through that process. So we can't cater and direct work towards local vendors.
We might, is that correct? I heard you right, that you only received one bid? Naturally, I don't want to break any laws, but can we still not reopen the bidding process? We only get one bid. I don't think that's...
Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So I believe there was only one tender that closed on this one. We can't close the tender and start to seek other bids because you're now into other legislation around bid shopping. Again, the process is to accept this or not. From our perspective, these are procurements that need to happen. It's a multi-year contract with options to renew. So it's a one-year contract with option for 2 one-year renewals. We can opt to retender next year if that's the decision or direction of council. But we're requesting that this, because it was an open and fair, equitable tendering process, we're asking for this to be awarded by council.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Macy, did you want to say anything? Lana, you got to go down to one of the seats, I think.
So through Mr. Mayor to the councillor. So basically, we are under legislation. We are under the Canadian Free Trade Agreement. And the Free Trade Agreement does not allow us to do local when it's over a certain threshold. The threshold for goods is $25,000. So we wouldn't be able to buy one vehicle for $25,000 at this point, not very often. So the way it stands is we have to put it out publicly, and we even go as far as babysitting our local vendors. We send them addendums, we call them, we do everything we can to get them to bid. They don't bid. They're just not coming to the party. And this year was exceptional because they can't get vehicles. So those that can't get vehicles, they don't even want to put a bid in and attempt it. So our hands are kind of tied for this year. We're hoping next year may be better, but for right now, this is what we're up against.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just made a note to change the free trade agreement.
That's maybe above your pay grade. Councillor Yeo?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Councillor Perry?
Yeah, just in all seriousness, I don't think it's lost on any of us that we're feeling the local impacts of Canada's free trade agreements. Welcome to them.
So can I have a motion on this item, 1016? High score request for quotation 2022-26 CQ, supply and delivery of various pickup trucks and SUVs multi-year. Be received, that council approve the purchase of four-wheel or all-wheel drive vehicles where the unit is utilized for work that requires it, or the life cycle business case supports the procurement. That Blue Mountain Chrysler Limited be awarded HSR FQ 2022-26-CQ, supply and delivery of various pickup trucks and SUVs multi-year. That the deficit in Project 942-20206 of $265,942 be funded by the Public Works section of the Fleet Reserve 1.32070, and that Council, after the initial one-year term, authorize the option to renew for an additional 2 one-year terms based upon annual budget approval, mutual agreement, and successful completion of the initial term and each term thereafter. That the subject to receipt of the required documents, the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the agreement, and that the procurement division be authorized to issue a purchase order. Councillor MacDonald, seconder. Councillor Yeo. Absolutely.
Just for clarification, the 2 one-year terms, are we, in essence, approving the next 2 budget years for the same amount of trucks, or just the cost per vehicle depending on how many we buy?
Yeah,
Director Robinson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, absolutely. So the 1 year is for the current number of vehicles. The next few years is locked in at the vehicle rate, pending the number of vehicles. So if our plan calls for 3, we'll buy 3. If they call for 1, we'll buy 1. But it's under that rate.
Thank you. I'll second it.
Thank you. All in favor? And that's passed. Next extraction is 1017, and I think that was Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, got a few issues here. One, I'm in full support of awarding the contract to, sorry, I'm scrolling here with many pages.
Thank you, Lon.
222. I'm sorry, I can't find it. The Kawartha Lakes. Sorry?
Do you want us to come back? Do you want us to come back to you?
Yeah, if you don't mind. Sorry about this.
Okay. We'll move on to the next extraction, which is 10-117, which again, I extracted because it's something that council's going to see probably year over year. And this is what we call, this is the planning services contract. I'm getting ahead of myself. And I'm going to get Director Hawley to talk about 10-117 and a subsequent report that addresses, which would be 10-123. So Director Hawley, could you talk to those, please?
Certainly, thank you. Yes, we initiated these contracts a couple of months ago based on staffing shortages. Particularly when one particular staff member left, it was a bit of a tipping point to some extent because he was working on a number of fairly major projects, being rural zoning bylaw and active transportation master plan. We felt that there was no suitable internal person that was going to be able to handle those projects. The person that left obviously had been working on them and quite well. So we felt that it was prudent to go back to his company that he went to and put him on a retainer. He has the project history on both of those projects, and given that the rural zoning bylaw is probably about 6 months away from completion, we felt that it was best to go that way. The active transportation master plan, we're about 6 to 8 months in, so it also makes sense to retain WSP and Jonathan DeWaras in particular for both of those projects, given that he has the history on them. Existing staff are simply at this point in time working on just trying to process development applications as best as possible. There's also we also have a contract for consents with a former retired planner in southwestern Ontario. The rationale for that one was we didn't want to hire local because we didn't want to have any conflicts with anybody. If you hire local consultants, first of all, they're busy. Second of all, they're doing work in our community. So it's very tricky. You don't want to have any conflict of interest with them working on files for the city on the one hand, and then submitting private applications. The other component to this set of contracts is one for planning services to review planning applications. We have quite a few planning applications that are in backlog, and they're fairly significant applications as well. So WSP again will be looking to them to handle some of that load. Again, Jonathan will be the point person on that. He knows our processes and procedures, so it makes sense to bring him on board. Plus, there are no conflicts from that perspective because that company is based out of Kitchener-Waterloo, so they don't do any. They don't have any applications in our area. So from that perspective, that all makes sense from our perspective. So we have entered into agreements with WSP and with Bruce Stickney for these contracts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hawley. And I think many of you may have heard it from local developers as you dealt with them about long wait times, about not being able to get answers, things like that. And this is a way of addressing that issue of the backlog we have in both planning and building, to try and get a handle on it and to move some of these projects forward and to get things done in an expedient manner. And I think it's news that the development community and the builders out there are going to be happy about, because it's going to mean that our staff can work on more immediate things. So, Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Just through you to, Mr. Mayor, to Director Hawley. You mentioned about conflict of interest. Just a question about, like, I understand what you mean if not to hire somebody locally, which is, again, a shame, but anyways, I understand that. But we're hiring, and nothing against his qualifications. He worked with us for a few years. But is that not a conflict of interest in itself when you rehire somebody that's in a private firm? You're either working for the public sector or you're working for the private sector, and there's not really anything in between. But we're hiring somebody who worked for us. Like I said, nothing against his qualifications. He's certainly top-notch planner. But maybe sort of educate me on that. Is that a legitimate question?
Certainly. I don't think it's any different from when we contract services out to other consultants as well. So for example, the rural zoning bylaw has been contracted out to WSP as well. It just happens to be that Jonathan went to that company, but I mean, it's no different. We do contract a number of different initiatives out anyways. So it just happens to be that that's where he is. So I don't see that as a conflict of interest in that sense, no.
Okay, I've got Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. Just very briefly, through you, I note and I'm thankful for on page 3 the stressing that these contracts are not meant to replace staff and will only be used to staff as staffing vacancies persist. Noting that too, our recruiting endeavors ongoing with the utmost dispatch?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, they are. We have hired on a couple of new junior staff now in the last couple of weeks. So our recruiting efforts are ongoing. And yes, these contracts are not meant to supplant union staff. They're essentially running for a year. And the rural zoning bylaw and active transportation master plan, those two will be finalized and worked out with WSP. The planning services contracts are sort of on an as-need basis, but they're meant to come back for discussion at the end of the next calendar year.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much for the clarification and reassurance, and it's good to hear. Often these days, contractual hiring can become very habitual, so I appreciate that.
Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you also, I'm thinking it may save us in the long run just because the onboarding process, because Mr. Dorwitz is so familiar with both of those, may actually save us some money at the end of the day too. So it's a great to see this. It's a good news story, so thank you.
So motion to receive. Councillor Smeaton and Warren. All in favor? Thank you. Next extraction is 10-1-18. Councillor Warren. Councillor Joyce, could you turn your mic off, please?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move the recommendation. I talked to the manager, Rebecca Mustard, and I had questions about, we had all this room at 180 Kent. Why would we be moving out or it's not moving out, but doing something different when we had some space, and it made total sense what she told me. I think we're going to get good blast for our buck. It's $20,000 a year for an innovation center, and I just think it's a great initiative. I know we've had these initiatives over the years, but this one sounds like it's really going to take flight, so to speak. So I move the recommendation. I just wanted to let everybody know that what a great initiative this is.
Thank you. May I have a seconder, please? Councillor Ashmore.
You got to move her in a shaker.
Did you want to speak to this one, Councillor Joyce?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't see you.
Councillor Warren, you want to turn your mic on?
Sorry.
Just a question. I think it's great. The return on investment is clear. A metric I'd like to see in future is how job creation. I didn't see any metric there, how many jobs have been created out of this so far. And the other is staffing. Who staffs this? Does anybody know the answer to this?
Ms. Mustard, would you care to comment?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, this program is staffed by the Innovation Cluster staff, and Mr. Mike Skinner is on the line here with us today and would be a great person to answer that question directly for you.
Thank you very much for the question and through council. So job creation right now has been about 20 some odd jobs that were created. An interesting part of how our program works is we basically start working with companies that are in the idea stage. So typically just an idea, and they come into the innovation cluster, and then we basically work with them until they get to about 5 employees, which could include the principal, and about $1 million in sales, and then we spin them out. And then they kind of go on and go from there. A great example is, Horizon Aircraft was one of our clients. We started working with them about 3 years ago, and they got spun out at the end of last year. And now I think they're up to 12 or 13 employees, and pretty amazing accomplishments so far. They're the ones that are building the new experimental aircraft, so vertical lift and takeoff. So an aircraft that basically lifts like a drone or a helicopter and flies like an airplane. And I know they've done their quarter model design. They did some work with the U.S. military, and they're about to embark on building their full-scale model. So excellent group, and of course they're based out of the Lindsay Airport.
Yeah, I saw their video. It was excellent. But who pays for the staff? Where does that funding come from?
So the innovation cluster is funded through sort of 3 major bodies. So municipally, the obvious city of Coeur Lakes, but we're hoping that you'll fund this, as well as the city of Peterborough. Then we get RED funding, which is rural economic development funding, which comes through the province, and then we get different buckets of funding through the federal government tied to initiatives. So normally, the last bit of funding we had is tied to clean technology, for example, which of course Horizon fit into. And so we basically fund it through those different sources, as well as private sector sponsors as well. And this money is basically to help us maintain the presence inside the city of Coeur Lakes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Ashmore.
Yeah, it's this program, we opened it up in February of 2020, and then a couple of weeks later, it had to shut down, unfortunately, but they carried on doing the best they could to get this innovation center going, and it's been a great addition to economic development. It's helped out a lot of people, mentoring people who are trying to start businesses, and I think it's a great initiative, so hopefully you'll support it.
So we have a mover and seconder, all in favor, and that passes. Our next extraction is 10-126, and this again is related to our budget and capital process, and it's what I started talking about before, which is something you'll probably see every year, and this is what's called early start. And these projects come forward because we want to get them out the door, so that because they have long lead times for delivery and we need them, so we do it before the budget. And what you'll see is when you start to do the budget, that those things have already been dealt with. You're approving them today. So basically, you're approving part of the budget today for these particular items. And it's because they're considered urgent and need to be ordered early. So I don't know if Dr. Found wants to expound on that.
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council. So as the report states, there's the usual set of criteria that we use to determine whether a project warrants early start approval. So I won't go through all of them right now, but certainly long lead times, would be one of those criteria or fit into one of them. I will speak directly though to the one project in there for the Lindsay Ops landfill. As I said earlier, that is a project to construct the second last cell within the approved footprint of that landfill. And that really, it should start as soon as possible, because we don't want to even risk having it be the case that we get towards the end of 2023 or to the early portion of 2024 and we are unable to service demand because we don't have that cell constructed. So staff really do see that as an urgent priority that should proceed immediately. And then the other portion in the list you'll see comprises fleet capital, which I would defer to Director Robertson if council wants any more information on them.
Thank you. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Richardson, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, just a quick question to Director Robinson. We did an acceleration on some equipment last year. Did we actually catch up with some of that, or were there delays from last year as well getting some new equipment?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council, I guess I'll talk a little bit, and I may pass it over to Manager Porter, who's on the line as well. He's Manager of Fleet and Transit. So yes, we accelerated some projects last year. We've got tenders out. We're seeing extreme delays on delivery. Where we used to get a truck for in 4 to 6 months, we're seeing that in 18 months. And if we continued on the path, we're struggling getting equipment in here. We're seeing 20-30% increases on an annual basis on some of the heavy equipment. So the earlier we get these tenders on the floor, the better for municipal pricing in the long term. But maybe I can kick it over to Manager Porter, see if he has anything to supplement on that.
Welcome, Mr. Porter.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for having us. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council. Yeah, Director Robinson summed it up well. We are experiencing extreme delays on all production of anything kind of specialty. So plow trucks, graders, buses, we're experiencing once budget's approved and the procurement's released, anywhere from 18 to 24 months from the date of order to delivery of those units. Also during the pandemic here, we've seen everything from pickup trucks to equipment increase anywhere from 5% upwards to some units between 10 and 15%. So at this point, with an early start on some of this equipment, it will give us the benefit of getting 2020 pricing versus waiting till 2023, which we expect probably another 3 to 5% price increase.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Rod. On these tandem axle plow trucks, I think they work out to $333,000 per unit. Is that the budgeted amount that we think they're going to cost, or is it you're foreseeing that they might be even more than that? And I had one other quick question after
that. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, yes, we anticipate that we can buy the units. So in 2021, our budget was approved. We ordered those units then, and we still haven't seen them to date. So we're going on 2 years for those. These particular units, once we get budget approval, or if we get a budget approval, again, I think we can procure them right now because the order boards are still open, and the budget numbers will be very close. But again, the longer we leave things, the more they're going up in price.
Thank you. And the last thing is one of the projects that I don't see on here, but maybe it's not till 2024, is the Omemee wastewater treatment plant retrofit, I guess you'd call it. Did that not make it on 2023 for a reason, or are we going to be financing that internally through any other methods?
This is just early start program. So when you get your budget book, you'll probably see where that project is. We're just dealing with early starts right now.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
If there's no other questions, I think it's prudent that we move forward with this, so I will move as printed.
Councillor Smeaton has a question.
I'll be quick. Just an observation. I couldn't help when I was reading through this at first to think to myself, okay, any of these initiatives, we're only 2 months away from our budget time. And as a new councillor, budget's a biggie, and these are big dollars. So I admit I had some thoughts about that. And I think it's fair to say that because I think a lot of people watching this would say, don't you? And I did. And then I put the hat on that was mentioned earlier, and it was ruminating with me. This is a very weird year because it's an election year. Right. So normally we would be in the position where this would have been backed up. It would come to budget later in a fiscal year, and we would be able to have that conversation that that I'm hoping to have. I'll speak for myself. And then, but when you hear the fact that we're definitely, as Mr. Porter points out, we're dealing with a significant increase in all of these commodities if we wait. To me, really, it just is, again, an example of what I spoke to earlier. I have to lend trust that the people who have made these decisions are doing it for all the right reasons, and we're going to save some money. So I just thought I'd say that because I have expressed earlier to some people at the table that I had some concerns about, a budget, and I've sort of rethought that. So thank you.
CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I actually appreciate the comment. I was going to sort of summarize. This was a tough one to bring forward. The direction that we gave to staff, because it was an election year, we were in restricted acts, was we weren't going to approve these or commit the future council at the time to expenditures. So this was now accelerating some of those areas. In terms of the order of magnitude, I mean, you heard earlier today a 55 million plus or minus capital budget entirely. You're committing to almost 10, I think, approximately 10 million in expenditure in that 2023 capital right now. And so certainly it was something I didn't want to make some delegated authority decisions on the bigger ones, but certainly staff were sort of preparing in the background. This is going to be a reality right through 2023, but I'm glad that you made the comment. In the next calendar year, you're absolutely right. We would be bringing to you early start recommendations in September. And then you'd be approving the next year's or the 2024 capital in November. So we are going to get additional catch up, but I think it is important to sort of recognize that a significant portion of the capital budget for next year is being debated right now.
Okay, and I assume, Councillor Smeaton, you're seconding. Thank you. All in favor? And that's passed. We'll go back to Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. So just a few things. One, I'm in full support of this being awarded to Humane Society of Kawartha Lakes. I'm in full support of the TNRM, or the Trap, Neuter, Release and Management Program. I have a question, and then I'll come around to something else. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's not a lot of money. It's a $15,000 increased budget, but it still represents a 33% increase from one year to the next. So that's a red flag to me. So can someone answer why we're going from 45,000 to 60,000 for the Humane Society?
CAO.
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, we've already talked about increasing costs generally. I would suggest that the contract or the service is expanding as well, so it's reflective in the cost. Our manager of municipal law and licensing's online, so I think he could probably answer specifically what that expanded scope of contract is.
Mr. Sloan,
through the
with
mayor to the
his...
council. There's a bit of a delay here, I think. Basically, the increase is when you're reviewing the previous contract, I believe it was a 5-year contract. So the schedule that was presented at that time sort of dictated the pattern and anticipation over the next period of time. So we're anticipating the CPI increases, the rental costs are going up, and so we're just prepping for that. And in with the submissions from the Humane Society itself.
Okay, thank you. I'm also somewhat reluctant to throw in a cat licensing demand and fee. I don't know if anybody else shares that. I'm just concerned, has there been any public surveys done on this? Any public feedback? I didn't see it in the report, or else I missed it.
Through the mayor to the councillor. So the feral cat and trap, neuter, and release management program that has been previously before council. This is a long time research project, really. It's been to council many times since 2005. This iteration of it did receive a public survey. We just finished that survey, I believe, about 3 weeks ago. And the responses were quite high. And so part of this is it's a 2-year pilot project. And so the survey results will be released to council kind of mid-year in 2023 in conjunction with just an update where we are with the program. The bylaw and the cat licensing side of it has been before council and has already been passed. So we're just prepping to get the ball rolling January 1st with the entire program.
The main problem with having feral cats is not spaying and neutering, and they get away. I'm just wondering if you've considered, if your cat has been fixed, no charge to license. And if it's not, it's a $150 fee to encourage more neutering, more spaying.
So through the mayor to councillor, we looked at different aspects of how we wanted to balance out the fee process. We arrived at where we are now, basically using the dog program as a comparator, what's working, what's not working, and then basically what other municipalities are doing as well. So we're not reinventing sort of the process around, and when you talk about licensing, we're only talking about domestic cats. Feral cats aren't part of that licensing project.
I understand that, but it's domestic cats are also part of the problem. They get away and anyway, okay, thank you.
Councillor Ashmore.
Okay, through you to Manager Sloan. When the Peterborough building is completed, which will be, I think, only in a few months, will they be in a position to help us for, I think they'll be doing a lot of these surgeries. I've talked to the organizers of the feral and cat trap neutering. They're in Bethany, but one of the people, and the city of Toronto pays for everything. They bring cats from here, from Kawartha Lakes, and they go down to the city. They're spayed or neutered, and they're brought back, and you can keep your cat if you want. You don't have to give it away. If you have an affection for your barn cat or your feral cat, it's a program that they pay for, and the city of Toronto is paying for, which is nice. But sooner or later, they may stop that. But that's why what I was going to ask is, are they going to be helping us, the city of Peterborough? Because they have a nice new building that's being constructed right now, apparently with a lot of room, and there's going to be a lot of surgeries that are be going on over there instead of here to take the relief off the veterinary clinics in this area.
Through the mayor to councillor, the short answer to that is yes. Basically, within that trap neuter release management program, we will be reaching out to a number of local vets, and really what it is, like in all industries that have doctors and nurses, well, vets are doctors as well. There is a shortage. There's a high demand for the service. So we will be utilizing Toronto and every sort of location that we can schedule an appointment with in between. So yes, Peterborough will be on that list.
Thank you.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If there's no further discussion, is there any further discussion? Okay. I'd like to move this be accepted with one sentence removed. That further to licensing, that urban cats be restricted from permitted to be at large. I think that's struck out and otherwise be moved accordingly. Well, if you're going to make, okay, I'll explain it. If you're going to make a bylaw, you have to make it enforceable. And I just don't, that just opens a can of worms where a neighbor doesn't like the other neighbor and, oh, their cat's outside and they're calling the bylaw officer just the way to get back at them. Meanwhile, the cat's not creating a problem whatsoever. It's not the cat. So.
CAO.
Just for clarification, so the report and the recommendations that are in front of council are to renew or to extend kennel services. So the report that and the recommendation that you're referring to is an attachment to that report. It's not a recommendation that's in front of council currently. If you wanted to reopen or revisit or talk about the spay-neuter program, cat program, I would recommend it's something you would bring through a memo request, and then we would sort of bring things back forward to council. That program's already been approved. So this is simply asking for kennel services indirectly to support that program, but mainly sort of our core dogs at large program.
Thank you for the explanation. I did not review it that way. My mistake. Thank you.
If I could just add to that, through the mayor to the councillor, I'm happy to explain sort of the back end operations of the program if you want to do that offline. But we have a working process for cats at large, so I'm happy to discuss that.
I get a seconder for the motion. Councillor Yo. All in favor? And that passes. That's the end of our extractions and our consent agenda. We'll now move on to, we're now going to go to bylaws. So Councillor Richardson has the Deputy Mayor Richardson, do you have the bylaws, I believe?
No, you're at the end.
Now, do we?
I do, through you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Smeaton, that the bylaws shown in section 13.1 of the agenda, namely items 13.1.1, 2, and including 13.1.19, save and except for the item 13.1.11, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached.
Thank you. Who seconded that?
Okay.
Are there any extractions from bylaw except besides 13.111? All in favor? And those are passed. Item 13.111, the first motion is that the bylaw to amend the City of Kawartha Lakes official plan to redesignate land within the City of Kawartha Lakes, 96 County Road, 30 Fisher, be read a first and second time. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Yeo, Councillor Richardson, all in favor? Second motion is that the bylaw to amend the City of Kawartha Lakes official plan to redesignate land within the City of Kawartha Lakes, 96 County Road 30, Fisher, be amended by replacing any reference to waterfront with rural within section C.2 of Schedule A. I have a mover and seconder. Councillor Richardson, Councillor Smeaton. All in favor? And motion 3, that the bylaw to amend the City of Kawartha Lakes official plan to redesignate land within the City of Kawartha Lakes, 96 County Road 30, Fisher, as amended, be read a third time, passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached. Mover, Councillor Richardson. Seconder, Councillor Yeo. All in favor? And that's passed. Moving along. We have no notice of motions, and we are now going into closed session. So at this point in the meeting, City Council will go into closed session to consider the item under Section 15.3 of the agenda. All remaining staff, with the exception of the CAO, City Clerk, and City Solicitor, are now instructed to leave the electronic meeting at this time. I'm just waiting for staff. As per our procedural bylaw requirements, I'm asking all remaining participants in our meeting today to confirm to me by raising their hands that they are in a private room where no other person can overhear the deliberations and the internet connection is secure and not publicly accessible. Thank you.
A motion to go into closed session?
Can I get a mover and a seconder for the following motion? That council convene into closed session pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act in order to consider matters identified in Section 15.3 of the regular council meeting agenda of Tuesday, December 13th, 2022, namely item 15.31 and including 15.322. Councillor Joyce, Councillor Warren. All in favor? Go. At this point in the meeting, broadcast will now end for members of the public watching on Cogeco, your TV cable. The live stream of the meeting on the YouTube will now be temporarily paused for members of the public. When closed session is completed, the live stream of the meeting will resume to address the remaining open session items on the agenda. Thank you. Item 16 is matters from closed session, and I will turn it over to the clerk, Kathy Ritchie.
So the matters from closed session, the confidential closed session minutes for the regular council meeting of November 22nd, 2022 were approved. Report RS 2022-040, geotechnical report related to the disposition of a portion of road allowance adjacent to 122 Miller Road, Brecon, was provided to council. Verbal report, council received an update on Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT 22-004350 and 51. A motion is required that H. David Blackburn be appointed as a public member to the Kawartha Lakes Police Services Board pursuant to the Police Services Act, RSO 1990, Chapter P 15, Section 27(5), Subsection C, for the term of council. Motion.
Councillor Yeo, seconder. Councillor Warren. All in favor? And that's passed.
A motion is required on report WM 2022-010 that the following members of the public be appointed to the Fenland Landfill Public Review Committee for a term ending December 31st, 2026. Robert Coleman, Max Noel, Julia Taylor, and Sharon Britton Danku.
Mover, Councillor Perry, and Councillor Yeo. All in favor? That's passed.
Motion is required that the following members of the public be appointed to the Lindsay Ops Landfill Public Review Committee for a term ending December 31st, 2026. Chris Appleton, Barry Hodgson, David Webb, and Lloyd Robertson.
Mover, Councillor Warren, Councillor McDonald. All in favor? And that's passed.
A motion is required that the terms of reference for the Kawartha Lakes Waste Management Advisory Committee be amended to allow the appointment of 3 members of the public and 2 council representatives, and that the following members of the public be appointed to the Kawartha Lakes Waste Management Advisory Committee for a term ending December 31st, 2026. Chris Appleton, Brian Junkin, and Julia Taylor.
Councillor Yeo, Councillor Warren, all in favor, and that's passed.
Motion is required that council approve an exemption to section 1.04 of council policy CP 2018-017, being the council committee board task force policy, to permit Chris Appleton to serve as a member of more than 3 committee board task forces during the same time period. That council approve an amendment to the terms of reference for the Growth Management Strategy Task Force to permit a maximum of 6 members instead of 7 members, and that the following members of the public be appointed to the Growth Management Task Force for a term ending December 31st, 2026. Anna Johnston, Chris Appleton, David Allen Webb, Jean Balfour, and Paul Heaney.
Moved by Councillor Richardson, seconded by Councillor Perry. All in favor? And that's passed.
Motion is required that the term of reference for the Rural Zoning Bylaw Consolidation Task Force be amended to extend the time frame for the task force to June 30th, 2023, and that the following members of the public be appointed to the Lanark, I'm having a flashback. I used to work in Lanark. Kawartha Lakes Rural Zoning Bylaw Consolidation Task Force for a term ending June 30th, 2023. Andrew Vale, Robert Bonas, Craig Jackson, Eugene McDonald, Steve Strasty, and David Skrabak.
Mover. Councillor McDonald, Councillor Yule. All in favor?
A motion is required that the terms of reference for the Active Transportation Master Plan Task Force be amended to update the composition of the task force from 7 members of the public and 7 stakeholder representatives to 11 members. That the term of the appointment for the Active Transportation Master Plan Task Force members be extended to December 31st, 2023, and that the following members of the public be appointed to the Active Transportation Master Plan Task Force for a term ending December 31st, 2023. Daryl Broadworth, John Bush, Arthur Hornbrook, Barbara McPherson, Glenda Morris, Peter Petrozoniak, thank you, Greg Scott, John Spears, Bill Steffler, Nick White, and Sajeev Sivya Ogara. Sorry.
Mover. Councillor Warren. Councillor Perry.
Motion.
All in favor?
Sorry. Motion is required that the following members of the public be appointed to the City of Kawartha Lakes Environmental Advisory Committee for a term ending December 31st, 2026. Virginia Colling, Jane Morris, Deborah Pearson, David Ryrie, Barry Snyder, Grant Barker, and Nicole Bruneau.
Mover. Councillor Warren. Councillor Yeo. All in favor? That's passed.
Motion is required that the following members of the public be appointed to the Agriculture Development Advisory Committee for a term ending December 31st, 2026. Rob Bonas, Lucas DeVos, Will MacArthur, Guy Masters, Michelle Murphy Ward, Rebecca Parker, Adam Shea, David Strabak, Alice Van Vogt, and Sean Westland.
Mover is Councillor McDonald, Councillor Ashmore. All in favor? That's passed.
Motion is required that the terms of reference for the Lindsay Legacy Trust Fund Grant Committee be amended to allow 6 public members and 1 member of council and 1 council alternate to maintain a total composition of 7. That the following members of the public be appointed to the Lindsay Legacy Trust Fund Grant Committee for a term ending December 31st, 2026. Peter Blanken, Sandra Richardson, Jan Sanderson, Ron McInnes, Pat O'Reilly, Glenda Morris.
Mover. Councillor Yeo. Councillor Seaton. All in favor? That's passed.
Motion is required that the following members of the public be appointed to the Bob Cajun Legacy Trust Fund Grant Committee for a term ending December 31st, 2026. Ann Adair, Adam Blacklock, Beth Gilroy, Wendy Hall, David Pierce, and Ellen Roberts.
Councillor Warren, seconder, Councillor Perry, all in favor, and that's passed.
Motion is required that the following members of the public be appointed to the Fenelon Falls Power Links Committee for a term ending December 31st, 2026. Chris Handley, Brian Rump, Chris Appleton, Mike Barkwell, and Sandra Barrett.
Moved by Councillor Perry, seconded Councillor Yeo, all in favor, and that's passed.
Motion is required that the following members of the public be appointed to the Kawartha Lakes Parks Advisory Committee for a term ending December 31st, 2026. Peter Sanderson, Elk Danziger, Michael McGregor, and Kamara Molly.
Deputy Mayor Richardson, seconder, Councillor McDonald. All in favor?
Motion is required that the following members of the public be appointed to the Fenelon Falls Cemetery Board for a term ending December 31st, 2023. Jackie Walter, Barb Berryball, Bob McGinnis, Faye McGee, Charlie Tomlinson, and Barb Jenkinson.
Councillor Perry, Councillor Ashmore. All in favor? And that's passed.
That the following members, motion is required that the following members of the public be appointed to the Kawartha Lakes Airport Advisory Committee for a term ending December 31st, 2026. Doug Erlandson, Ted Smith, Ron Haslam, and Alex Dudo.
Moved by Councillor Yeo, seconded Councillor Smeaton. All in favor? And that's
Sorry, who moved that one? Who moved that one?
Councillor Yeo and Smeaton.
Okay. Motion is required that the term of reference for the Drainage Board be amended to permit up to 6 public members. That the following members of the public be appointed to the Drainage Board for a term ending December 31st, 2026. J. Charles Clark, Jim Oriotis, Tim Walcox, Andrew Vale, Robert McEachran, and David Skrabeck.
Mover, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Deputy Mayor Richardson. All in favor? And that's passed.
Motion is required that the following members of the public be appointed to the Development Charges Task Force for a term ending December 31st, 2026. Carmen Nigro, Carl Repka, and Salvatore Sal Polito.
Mover, Councillor Smeaton, Councillor Joyce. All in favor? And that's passed.
Motion is required that the following members of the public be appointed to the following the City of Kawartha Lakes Public Library Board. Vanessa Doucette, Susan Ferguson, Zach Miller, Joseph Moyer, Pamela Noble, Shirley Norman, Heather Staubel, and Kate Wynn.
Moved by Councillor Joyce, seconded by Councillor Perry. It's okay, yeah. It's getting on. Yeah, that's all right. I need it right now. I need it right now.
Motion is required that the terms of reference for the Accessibility Advisory Committee be amended to permit a minimum of 3 members and also to permit a member of 4 meetings per calendar year. That the following members of the public be appointed to the Kawartha Lakes Accessibility Advisory Committee for a term ending December 31st, 2022.
Mover?
Oh, I haven't named them. I haven't named them yet.
Sorry.
That's all right. Diane Engelstad, Crystal Morrissey, Gigi Porteous, and Jolie Shadler-Benz.
Mover, Charlie McDonald, and Councillor Yeo. All in favor? There, I got it.
That's it. We got through.
All right. Councillor McDonald, I think you have a confirming bylaw.
Yes, myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor Richardson, a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of a regular council meeting held Tuesday, December 13th, 2022, be read at first, second, third time, passed, numbered, signed, and appropriation sealed attached.
Thank you. All in favor? Okay. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Yeo, Councillor Perry. Thank you all very much. It was a long day. We have lost our reservation. I owe you in the new year. How's that? Okay. Yeah, I thought maybe. I wish you all a very, very Merry Christmas and happy holidays. And be safe out there and be well. Except, Councillor.